See, Maria, right now I am close to, in Rajouri district, close to the international border. I'll ask my camera person to show you. Those hilltops, that is where, behind which the international border is located. And this entire area, you have got the cluster of houses, agricultural field, because this is also the wheat harvesting time. If just to remind our viewers, in the month of April, just before Baisakhi, this is where the normal villagers or the residents here also were expected to sort of harvest their wheat field. But all of them here have been asked to evacuate, leave, and move to safer places. Why? The reason is this in your frame, the shelling impact on these houses. I've got one of the residents here who has not left yet. We'll try to speak to him because this is his house. क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम देवराज सिंह।
देवराज सिंह। आप ही का?
देवराज शर्मा।
देवराज शर्मा। तो शर्मा जी, आप ही का घर है?
हाँ सर, ये मेरा घर है।
तो ये कब हुआ है
ये परसों रात को जब बम गिरे हैं,
हाँ।
बॉर्डर से बम आए हैं जो, उससे ये मकान गिरा हमारा।
तो आप घर में ही थे उस वक्त?
हम घर में थे, 7 परिवार थे हमारा, 7 बच्चे थे वगैरह, पूरा परिवार था मेरा, फैमिली पूरे बच्चे सब।
अच्छा, तो इससे पहले प्रशासन ने, बम गिरने से पहले प्रशासन ने कुछ इत्तला दी थी कि आना है?
हाँ, ऐसे बताया, पता था बम का, ये तो थोड़ा बताया था, वैसे बोला था कि माहौल ख़राब है, मतलब ऐसे तो सबको पता था, न्यूज़ बता रहे थे कि कुछ भी हो सकता है। तो हमें तो आज तक, यहाँ तक तो कुछ शेलिंग आई नहीं थी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, कभी हुआ ही नहीं बम।
कभी 71 में या 99 में?
नहीं, कभी नहीं आया, कभी भी नहीं आया। 71 में भी नहीं आया, 99 में भी नहीं आया, कभी नहीं आया।
और ये आ रहे हैं इस तरफ से?
ये इस बॉर्डर से आए हैं सर।
इस बॉर्डर से आ रहे हैं। कितनी दूर है बॉर्डर यहाँ से?
यहाँ से 2 किलोमीटर वही होगा सर, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा। बस
बिल्कुल शेलिंग और उसके फायरिंग रेंज में है।
बिल्कुल ये इलाका बॉर्डर एरिया है।
प्रशासन ने यहाँ से निकलने के लिए भी कहा आप लोगों को?
हाँ, कल कार्ड ऑर्डर मिला, कब जब ये पूरे मकान व्यस्त हो चुके हैं, 3-4 मकान हुए हैं, आपको देख के भी आए पार भी, तो उसके बाद ही हमें ऑर्डर, डीसी साहब ने ऑर्डर दिया कि अब यहाँ से शिफ्ट हो जाओ।
कहाँ शिफ्ट हो जाओ?
हम उधर रजौरी में अपने स्वामी जी का एक आश्रम बना हुआ है, वहाँ देने के लिए बोला है।
तो यहाँ से बाकी लोग चले गए?
पूरा गांव रात को चले गए। अभी एक घर में एक बंदा आ गया वापस। क्या करना, जानवर भी रखे हैं, उनका देखभाल भी करना है, तो इसलिए वापस आ गए एक बंदा। तो बाकी सभी बच्चे वगैरह परिवार सभी उधर ही है, घर से बाहर ही है। हाँ, तो
आज कल रात भी हुई है गोलीबारी? कल
रात को नहीं हुई सर, वो परसों रात को जो हुई है, कल रात को नहीं। हम इधर थे भी नहीं, ऐसे क्या बोले, कल रात को नहीं हुई है। हाँ,
ठीक है। सो यू सी द इम्पैक्ट है। कुछ सरकार से कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ मांग?
क्या मांग करनी है सर, मकान हमारा पूरा व्यस्त हो चुका है, लेंटर क्रैक हो चुका है, दोबारा खराब ख़त्म हो चुका है। ये हमने तो बड़ी मुश्किल से ये मकान बनाते हैं, ये पहाड़ी एरिया है, तो यहाँ ऐसे
कभी ये नहीं सोचते हैं कि लड़ाई जंग चलती रहती है तो इस इलाके से किसी दूसरे इलाके चले जाएं?
नहीं, कभी नहीं सोचा। जंग तक तो बम आया ही नहीं, तो कभी कुछ हुआ नहीं, तो क्या सोचना है।
तो अभी तो भारत सरकार और भारत की जो फौज है वो जवाबी कार्रवाई कर रही, तो उससे उम्मीद है कि कुछ मामला ठंडा हो जाएगा?
अब क्या भरोसा है यार, दूसरे मुल्क का क्या बता सकते हैं अभी, ठंडा होगा या कैसे होगा। बॉर्डर का माहौल है, ये कभी कुछ भी हो सकता है।
ठीक है। So this is Sharma ji saying that his entire house, this part.
Ask Mr. Sharma.
Yeah.
If you can hear me, ask Mr. Sharma, क्या ये अब रहने का तरीका हो गया है कि आदत हो गई है, शेलिंग होती रहती है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, और वो अब जीना सीख गए हैं यही इसी माहौल में?
शर्मा जी, ये बताइए कि अभी शेलिंग हो रही है, तो क्या अब आदत सी हो गई है कि शेलिंग हो या ना हो, मतलब इस इलाके को अब नहीं छोड़ना, यहीं रहना है?
सर, इलाका छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे हम? घर तो बना, हमारा घर है,
हमारा देश है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे?
नहीं, मैं इस इलाके की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश
छोड़ेंगे इस इलाके को हम? ये हमारा वतन है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये शेलिंग से डरते डरते हम कहाँ तक भागेंगे? ये हमारा देश है, हमें अपने सैनिकों पे, अपने भारतवर्ष पे, हमारी सरकार पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। पाकिस्तान एक कायर मुल्क है, वो निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमले करता है। ये जो किया पाकिस्तान ने, हमारी सेना पे हमला करने की उसकी ताकत नहीं है। जो ये किया है, ये हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमला किया उसने। जो अभी पहलगाम में हुआ वो भी हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने हमला किया, और ये जो किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर। हमारी सेना से वो डायरेक्ट कभी नहीं लड़ सकता। हमारा देश एक पावरफुल देश है, इसके आगे पाकिस्तान का कुछ भी नहीं चल सकता। और ये ऐसे हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डराना और हमारे दिलों में भय पैदा करना चाहता है कि ये लोग यहाँ से भागें। ये जो पुंछ में किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने किया है। उसके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि हमारी आर्मी से सीधा जंग करे वो। तो ऐसी हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डरा के कि ये लोग यहाँ से भाग जाएंगे। देखो भैया, हम 47 में पीओके से छोड़ के आए हैं। हम वो लोग हैं जो हमारे बाप दादों ने गोलियां खाई हैं और हमारे परिवार के परिवार उस समय भी विनाश हुए हैं। तो आज हम भागने वाले नहीं हैं। ये पाकिस्तान अपने दिमाग से निकाल दे कि हम यहाँ से भागेंगे। हम यहाँ डटे हुए हैं और अपने देश की सेना के साथ भी खड़े हैं। हम जो भी होगा हम कहीं भागने वाले नहीं हैं भैया यहाँ से।
तो प्रशासन ने कहा है यहाँ से जाने के लिए आप लोगों को?
हाँ, प्रशासन ने हमें कहा है कि आप कहीं सेफ जगह पे अपने बच्चों को अपने सेफ जगह पे चले जाओ। तो वो हम प्रशासन के साथ हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मगर हम अपने घर हम छोड़ कर जाएंगे।
गेहूं कटाई का भी सीजन है?
हाँ, गेहूं कटाई का सीज़न है भैया। गेहूं देखो आपके सामने ये पड़ी हुई है, इधर हमारी काट के रखी हुई है हमने। तो क्या करेंगे अब? ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है। हम अपना देश अपना घर कभी छोड़ के भागने वाले नहीं हैं। हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं भैया।
So this is the underlying sentiment here, that they are not going to leave this area no matter how heavy the shelling happens here, and they are blaming Pakistan for deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the residences here, thinking that perhaps these people will leave this area and leave this entire region and move to safer locations, though they have moved their family members to other areas, to other designated safe locations suggested by the district administration in Rajouri. But the male members of the families are back to this location. They are still lying, they're still sort of staying here to guard their fields, and they say that they stand with the army, with the forces and the district administration.
Yes, because India targeted high-value terrorist-linked locations. I mean, those infrastructure which were almost being used as terror launch pads. And Pakistan is right now targeting innocent civilians. And I think that is a reflection of the larger sentiments that Pakistan cannot get away by targeting innocent civilians, those who are unarmed, you know, perhaps just in their homes. That's what you got us those voices, Ghazali. Thank you so much for joining us. Gurpreet is joining us from Firozpur in Punjab. Gurpreet, over to you. Speak to the people. Get us the voices from the ground.
Well, we are reporting from Husainiwala, and this is the last point toward this international border in district Firozpur. We are showing all these pictures, but we are not able to move toward the border because there are a lot of restrictions. We have seen a lot of precautions have already been taken by the local authorities. They have already shut down the schools, not only in district Firozpur. We have seen in Gurdaspur also, in Amritsar also, Pathankot also. But at the same time, we have seen the multiple mock drills are being carried out by the local administration. But if we can talk about the sentiments of the people, they are with the nation. They say this fight against terrorism, which has already been initiated by the central government, this is the need of the hour. One of the guests is with us. He is the former information commissioner, Anumit Ahira Sodhi. We will talk to him. So, sir, welcome to NDTV. We have seen a lot of things are going on between both the countries. How do you see overall development? And we have seen a lot of people, they are also trying to move from this border place to some safer places.
Thank you, Gurpreet ji. Main reason is that, you know, people up here are used to such this thing. When such situations arise, people get more enthusiastic, and they're ready to work with the army and the defense forces shoulder to shoulder. There is a panic amongst children and women, but still, जो हमारे लोग हैं यहाँ के, वो फिर अपने जो बफलोज काउज हैं वो सबको अपने रिश्तेदारों के घर भेज रहे हैं. There is a little panic, but people are not worried. The men are here only. No man is leaving their house or their village. So people are very upbeat about it, that what Narendra Modi ji has done, he has gone a big fight against terrorism. जो हमारी बेटियों का सिंदूर मिटा दिया था उन्होंने, टेररिस्ट ने मासूम बेटियों का, उसका बदला लिया. एंड पीपल आर वेरी वेरी हैप्पी विद दिस एक्शन, द स्ट्राइक्स व्हिच हैव टेकन प्लेस लास्ट डे बिफोर नाइट. सो पीपल आर वेरी एक्साइटेड अबाउट इट, एंड एट द सेम टाइम दे आर वर्किंग विद द आर्मी एंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेस shoulder to shoulder, and we are all ready. And this land is of martyrs, you know. So Husainiwala is known Shaheed Bhagat Singh, Shaheed Sukhdev, Shaheed Rajguru. So we are already there, and you know, Saragadi is here, you know, the memorial. So people are fully charged.
We have seen some people from this border area, because some of the villages are located near a border area. They are trying to move from that place. We had a word with the administration also. They are saying we haven't issued any notice, any advisory to the people to vacate the place. So do you think that is also need of to change the location from here to the safer place?
Actually, there is no need to change the location. It is just few people who don't want to take a chance. They're just precautionary, they're taking a chance. Otherwise, there is no such thing. No administration has given any clue or any sign that we should vacate the villages or their houses. So the rest, men are here. Even the families are there are very few people who have moved. But there is a little bit of panic, there is amongst the kids and the youngsters. So there is some type of a panic, but not that serious a panic.
We talked to a lot of people. They are saying we have seen 1965 or 1971 war. They are saying that we are familiar with the system, and we have seen yesterday at about 9 p.m. last night there was a total blackout just to make the people familiar with the system also. Do you think the way this whole tension is going on, there is a need to to do more?
Actually, जो आपने बात कही है 100% सही कही है. People are used to wars here. 65, 71, 47. They all have been ready. Even in 2001, यहाँ पे all the fields were mined. Everything was mined. You couldn't even step one side of the road. There's so much of mining up which was done. Landmines had been planted by the defense forces. So people are used to that time. We had vacated every village and every house was vacated. But this time nothing is that serious. People are here. Every administration is working with them in tandem. Everybody, even the people, even the civil society is together in this and is in an upbeat mood. So there is no such major panic, I can say that. So we are looking. I mean, we are with the defense forces.
Well, these are the sentiments of the people who belong to this district Firozpur. We have seen a lot of precautions which has already been initiated by the local administration. Number of mock drills are being carried out by the administration. We have seen last night there was a blackout which was conducted by the local authorities so that the people should be familiar. The moment they should learn and hear any siren, they should be immediately understand what is the next, what is next going to be happen. So as of now, if we can talk about district Firozpur and the border areas of Punjab, the people, the emotions are very high at this point of time. They are with the nation and they have already appreciated the way this fight against terrorism has already been initiated by the Indian government. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for getting us that ground report. Of course, the message coming in from all the states is all hands on deck, and Punjab is, of course, the first one to carry all, to cancel all leaves of all the police officials. All have been called back to work. Mohammad Ghazali has actually sent another ground report of damaged homes as Pakistani shelling continues along the LOC.
So right now we are here in Patara village in Rajouri district, and I'll ask my camera person to show you the locality here, the location, that how close it is from the international border. So on your screen in the frame, if you can see those hilltops, that is the international border from where the shelling usually happens. These are a cluster of houses here, and from where the ones people is staying here have been impacted, and you'll see these people have locked their homes and have left the place as the administration has suggested to move to a better location, to a safe location. Administration has asked these people to leave their homes, which is close to the IB, to international border as well as line of control, and have asked them to move to urban area, the urban centers of Rajouri district. And most of the people do not stay here during the daytime. And I'll also try to show you the impact of the shelling here. One of the houses here, you'll see the window glass is broken due to the impact of the shelling. And the people we spoke to here said that they don't know that at what time or from which direction the shelling will start happening, because it is almost in the center, in this entire surrounded by the hilltop. If you see the entire location of this area. So from an altitude, if the shelling happens, it has a maximum impact on these houses. This entire area right now has got an eerie silence because a lot of the people who stay here have moved to different safer locations. The administration has also arranged for some makeshift bunkers for these people into different areas. But people here generally who spoke to us sort of appealed the administration and the government to ensure that the construction or renovation of these bunkers in this particular locality should be done by earliest, because every now and then since 7th of May, since the tensions and the escalation happened between India and Pakistan, the entire area is very unsure about what lies for them in future, because the situation is only escalating between the two neighbors. And right now in this entire locality, we have not found anyone. You see that bridge there. this particular bridge connects the village to other villages to the main road in Rajouri district. And a lot of people say that since 7th of May, heavy shelling has happened both in Rajouri and in the neighboring Poonch district. Both these districts are located near the international border with Pakistan, and Pakistan has been deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the civilian installations, homes, residences, and it has injured many people. All the hospitals are on standby. The district administration has asked all the employees to not take leaves. The administration has also suggested and advised people to not be in gathering on the roads if they have no other essential work or emergency work, unless and until it is very essential, it's an emergency situation. People have been asked to stay indoors and not roam on the streets.
Moving away from the front line to now to the power corridors in the national capital, an all-party meeting was chaired by the government to inform and brief the heads of various political parties, and soon after we heard from the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, who said that he firmly and his party firmly stands with the government. Members of parliament across party lines demanded that there should be a global ban on TRF. They also said that there is a need to build pressure on Pakistan, and parties did communicate a message of total solidarity for the security forces. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju went on to say that Operation Sindoor is still on. Let's listen in to all the political reactions which have come in.
आज ऑल पार्टी लीडर्स का मीटिंग राजनाथ सिंह जी की अध्यक्षता में बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुई है। बहुत गंभीर विषय था, इसलिए सब ने गंभीरता से अपने बात को रखा है। सबसे पहले रक्षा मंत्री जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में पूरे लीडर्स को जानकारी दिया, परिस्थिति के बारे में, हालात के बारे में और सरकार का मंशा, सारे चीज़ों को लेकर के ब्रीफिंग हुआ। उसके बाद में सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने अपने मत रखा, पार्टी का विचार को और सुझाव भी दिया है। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मैच्योरिटी दिखाया है। ऐसे वक्त में जब देश एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को हाथ में ले करके काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें राजनीति का कोई जगह नहीं है।
देखिए, मीटिंग में जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना, तो हम सभी जितने भी पार्टी के लोग थे, सभी ने ये बताया कि इस घड़ी में, इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे। ठीक है, जब वक्त आएगा पूछेंगे, लेकिन अब संकट की घड़ी है, इसमें कोई हम किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है, तो बस सब ने सपोर्ट किया।
आज के ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में मैंने कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस को और भारत सरकार को कि उन्होंने एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम दिया। मैंने अपनी बात में ये कहा कि एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के ख़िलाफ़, और ख़ास तौर से सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इसको डेजिग्नेट करे, और हमको यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका को ये बताना है कि वो अपने ही मुल्क में इसको फॉरेन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डेजिग्नेट करे, पाकिस्तान को FATF के ग्रे लिस्ट में डाला जाए।
So MPs across party lines saying that this is not the time for disagreements and discussions. This is the time to stand in national unity and with the tricolor. Vasudha was tracking the story and she joins me live. Vasudha, what are the big takeaways?
Well, Maria, this meeting went on for 90 minutes and the opposition spoke in one voice, aligned with the government, lauding the armed forces and making it clear that this is not the time for questions. Now, this was very different from the all-party meeting that was held immediately after the Pahalgam terror attack, in which we saw 26 innocent lives getting lost. In fact, in today's meeting, what I understand from my sources is that while the government was very keen in explaining why these attacks were important and, the outline of how these precision strikes took place, the opposition also asked a few questions, but did not really push the government on, divulging a lot of details, because many of these are extremely confidential. The opposition is also, I understand, in a position right now of caution, and it does not want to be seen as questioning the armed forces. It also is a difficult time for the country, so it wants to stand completely aligned with the government, especially because our armed forces have taken up this effort, have gone and hit 9 very important terror bases in Pakistan, and there is a outpouring of diplomatic support from across the world. What I understand is the important takeaway is some of the MPs did ask about the follow-up of diplomatic offensive that India has taken against Pakistan. What is the follow-up of the IWT, or for that matter, how global institutions, multilateral institutions have to be pursued, including FATF and UNSC, so that the diplomatic pressure on Pakistan continues, and organizations like TRF, which is just Lashkar-e-Taiba morphed into a different form, get banned at global levels. So that is something that they wanted. Other than that, they also want action on, the escalation on what is happening on LOC, on our bordering districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Civilians have lost their lives. That is something that the opposition wants. But of course, the government has made it clear that, it is using a very cautious approach. It's using a responsible, measured approach. And of course, that will be informed to them later. But overall, a cordial meeting, opposition making it clear that it stands with the government and has lauded the armed forces, and making it clear that this is not the time for any questions, completely opposite to what we saw in the all-party meeting after the Pahalgam terror attack.
All right, and MPs have been speaking about the need to send a strong message to the world. Indian polity certainly doing so at this hour. A lot of political reactions have come in. A lot of chief ministers have spoken out. Let's listen in to them.
विकसित भारत किसी को छेड़ता नहीं है। विकसित भारत अनावश्यक रूप से किसी के कार्यों में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करता है, और ये तो इतिहास रहा है हमारा। बेवजह हमने किसी देश के कार्य में कभी भी हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया। आपने भारत की ताकत का एहसास दुनिया ने भी किया है, और आने वाले समय में भी दुनिया इस ताकत का एहसास करेगी। इसमें महत्वपूर्ण नागरिक कर्तव्य अब हो जाते हैं।
हम किसी को छेड़ते नहीं हैं, लेकिन यह भी स्पष्ट है, अगर कोई हमें छेड़ता है तो उसे हम छोड़ते नहीं हैं। यह अद्भुत देश है। एक साथ कई मोर्चों पर काम चल रहा है। एक तरफ IPL भी चल रहा है और दूसरी तरफ आतंकवादियों के विनाश का महाअभियान भी चल रहा है। जिन्होंने हमारी बेटियों की मांग से सिंदूर पहुंचा था, ऐसे आतंकवादी और उनको सरगना, उनको प्रश्रय देने वाले आतंकवाद के अड्डों को तबाह कर दिया गया है, बर्बाद कर दिया गया। प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में संकल्प है हमारा कि अब आतंकवाद का जड़ से खात्मा कर कर ही चैन की सांस लेंगे।
पाकिस्तान को भी समझ में आ चुका है कि जो जुर्म उन्होंने किया, जिस तरीके से भारत में लगातार उनके द्वारा आतंकवाद फैलाया गया, उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब सरकार ने दिया, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और हमारी सेनाओं ने दिया। और यदि ये उनकी ओर से जारी रहा तो शायद इससे भी कहीं अधिक बड़े स्टेप्स हमारी सेनाएं लें, और उसके लिए वो तैयार रहें, क्योंकि पूरा देश के 140 करोड़ लोग अब पूरी तरीके से स्वयं सरहद पे जाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। पूरी तरीके से देश एकजुट है, और किसी भी विपरीत परिस्थिति के लिए, संघर्ष के लिए देश का हर व्यक्ति रेडी है।
Our armed forces, the Indian armed forces, for their successful strike on the terrorist areas in Pakistan. I congratulate them with all my heart. I understand there will be an all-party meeting. I'm sure they'll have meaningful discussions. As I've said, I've been told that it's been very successful, and I congratulate our armed forces.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today met Home Secretary Govind Mohan to discuss various aspects of Operation Sindoor. He also met National Security Advisor who briefed him of the situation in the last 24 hours. Remember, there has been intense artillery and mortar shelling by Pakistan Army in the border villages of India. And the big challenge before the country right now is to move our citizens to safer locations. Aishwarya Jain is joining us live. Aishwarya, what is the number that we are looking at? I mean, if India is looking at, to evacuate its citizens along the border areas, so what exactly is the number? In all, how many people have to be sent to safer areas?
Well, as per the sources within the Ministry of Home Affairs, the numbers had not been given, but there had been prioritization of such places which are being done, and that report had been now briefed to the Prime Minister by the Home Secretary. There are certain locations along with the line of control in the Jammu and Kashmir region, as well as certain locations in Rajasthan, Punjab as well, adjoining to the areas of Pakistan where there could be a possible ceasefire violation, and particularly in those areas in Jammu and Kashmir where continuous artillery action and ceasefire violations are taking place from the Pakistani side. The number has rose up to 13 as far as the MEA official quote is concerned, that have lost the civilians, including one soldier. And from those places, the moving of such people on a priority basis is something that the government is looking forward to. It was a 1-hour briefing that was given by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and soon after that we saw Home Secretary Govind Mohan also coming at the Prime Minister's residence, and he briefed PM about the recent developments. Also, the Ministry of Home Affairs speaking to the Chief Ministers, the DGPs and the Chief Secretaries of different states and union territories adjoining to the Pakistan and Nepal border, and what sort of direction Home Minister gave to the Chief Ministers, specifically about the essential commodities, availability, the communication line between the states and the centre, also assuring that the Home Guards, the SDRF and the civil defence system should be activated in full scale in a possible situation of retaliation from Pakistan. And there are places which had been prioritized as well, which is now being named as sensitive zones. These zones had been labelled as red zone as far as the Ministry of Home Affairs are concerned, and the centre is looking very closely at those areas. Specifically, the Home Minister also stated, and that's the report which has been presented to Prime Minister, that the fake news, the fake handles on social media, the fake news which is spreading, anti-India propaganda which is spreading, the cyber police should keep a close vigilant on that as well, and they should directly inform the centre so that action could be taken against them. So all of those report, the combined report of what the directions has been given to state, as well as those people who are living in such areas which are under the fire from Pakistan as far as their ceasefire violation is concerned, how they are prioritizing on moving them on a first basis, is something that Home Secretary Govind Mohan had told the Prime Minister in that briefing that lasted for almost 1 hour. A series of meetings can also take place later this evening, as in the all-party meeting, Rajnath Singh stated that Operation Sindoor is ongoing operation, and it's still on.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on Operation Sindoor and the aftermath of it after this. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
India has carried out Operation Sindoor, and now aftermath being seen. In fact, there has been unprovoked shelling along LOC. Several of our civilians have been moved out and moved to safer places. What should India be prepared for? We are now being joined by Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, former Commander-in-Chief of Southern Command. Vice Admiral Chawla, welcome to NDTV. How do you think the next 24 to 48 hours are looking?
Thank you very much for having me on. Well, I think as is commonly known, any attack that is done by one side will invite some sort of response from the other. And this was a fully justified attack on Pakistan by India because of the ghastly murders that were perpetrated in Pahalgam over 2 weeks ago. Most inhuman act that needs to be condemned in the strongest words. Since now India has very successfully carried out these strikes, and I think all kudos to the people who not only planned and executed them, but also to the leadership which allowed this to go on. Obviously, the Pakistanis have lost a lot of face, and so they will try and attempt to do something. So this is the time when the whole country should be alert. Obviously, the government and the armed forces need not be told that. They would be at the highest level of alert, as we are seeing. And we should, as a general public, also be very vigilant and inform the authorities in case we see anything which we feel is untoward. Because there are many ways that they can strike back, as we have seen in the past, through terrorist actions or through border actions. But I think the general public needs to be vigilant, and I think if we are vigilant and we stay strong, we will foil whatever attempts at reprisal that Pakistan thinks it's going to have.
Okay, and in fact, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has just spoken out. Let's listen in to him, and I'm going to come back to you. Vice Admiral, stay with us.
You are visiting India at a time when we are responding to a particularly barbaric terrorist attack on 22nd April in the Indian Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. There should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. As a neighbor and a close partner, it is important that you have a good understanding of the situation.
That's a message going from India to Iran. Remember, Iran's foreign minister is here, and he is visiting New Delhi after meeting the Pakistan Prime Minister in Islamabad just 24 hours ago. Vice Admiral Chawla, India's message is clear. We are the victims of terror. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been famously saying that this is not an era of war. And India, when it carried out these strikes, the airstrikes, it was with immense precision. No military installation of Pakistan targeted, no civilian installation or infrastructure targeted. It was just against terror bases in Pakistan. So terror warheads targeted by India is the message which has gone ahead. And it was done only because India was provoked into it after we lost 26 of our citizens.
Absolutely. I think it has been a very calibrated and well-tuned and well-formulated and well-articulated response. And since you showed the pictures of the Foreign Minister of Iran there, it is ironic that just a year and a half ago, a similar exchange had taken place when Iran had carried out an attack on terror bases in Pakistan. So I think Iran, of all the countries, understands very well that Pakistan is the hub of terror. And they had done a similar action. So I think they would be a very familiar feeling to what they are hearing. And I think they would totally empathize with what India has done, because this is exactly what they did in the past. And I think the foreign minister, the external affairs minister is absolutely correct that I think, India being a very patient, democratic and a country which has the philosophy of, Vasudev Kutumbakam, as the Prime Minister has said very often. But there is a limit to patience. You can tolerate these kind of things for some time, but I think this limit has been crossed repeatedly by Pakistan. And so I think that the resolve of the entire nation, and it is seen across the spectrum of people in India, across the spectrum, political spectrum, across the world actually, is quite firm that this sort of a thing will not be tolerated under any circumstances. And it is good that the Iranians are here because they have had a similar experience just a short while ago.
Admiral Chawla, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV. And as you were pointing out, there is an online propaganda which is going on. There is a narrative building attempt which is being carried out by Pakistanis. What exactly is fake news which is playing out on social media? Vishal is joining us live. Vishal, Pakistan is good at this kind of psyops. What is happening online?
So Pakistan's fake news machinery is on an overdrive. Let's take a look at few examples. This video was shared by various Pak accounts on X claiming that Pakistan struck a military base in Amritsar. Those posts are totally fake as it's an old video. This video was posted by several Pak handles claiming to show Indian soldiers recovering the remains of deceased soldiers. This too is fake information, as this is an old video from September 2019 of Pakistan Army raising white flag at the LOC to recover bodies of its deceased soldiers. This PIV fact-check post sheds light on another instance of how Pak's misinformation campaign works. These social media accounts show various angles as to how this misinformation campaign is done. This depicts a crash of an Indian Air Force Mirage 2000 aircraft near Gwalior, which occurred during a routine training mission. This is not from the recent mission that India conducted. So these are some various examples as to how Pak is perpetrating these fake media campaigns.
All right. Vishal, thank you so much for that quick update on this propaganda machinery, which is clearly and certainly on an overdrive. But then the Press Information Bureau of India is strongly, vehemently declaring that as fake news every moment, any moment that is that was actually put out. So shifting focus to what was one of the most defining images of yesterday, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They have emerged as the faces of Operation Sindoor. Both the women officers spoke during the briefing on the precision strikes in Pakistan. There has been wide-ranging praise for the strong messaging that has been delivered by India during that briefing.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तोयबा का बेस था।
Shown to you a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations.
अब ये है कि प्राउड है चीज़ का कि लड़की ने हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये अपने देश के लिए कुछ किया। मेरे फादर भी आर्मी में थे, ग्रैंड फादर आर्मी में थे, मैं आर्मी में था, अब वो आर्मी में गई है, वो पैतृकता में है
कि जो उन्होंने ये खेल खेला था उसका बदला लिया, और हमारी बहनों का जो सिंदूर था उसका हमने मुकाबला कर लिया, बदला ले लिया और इसी तरह से आगे और लेते रहेंगे।
जिन जिन बहनों ने वहाँ पे अपने पति खोए हैं, उनकी संदूर की जो कीमत थी वो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और अपनी डिफेंस फोर्सेज ने और हमारी हिंदुस्तान की सरकार ने उसका बदला लिया है। उस सिंदूर की कीमत जो है ना वो चुकाई है। ये जो दो महिला अफसर आज आई हैं ब्रीफिंग के लिए, ये भी एक उसी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का ही एक जिसको कहते हैं ना रिप्रेजेंटेशन है।
Strong messaging certainly of the strength that is being displayed through Operation Sindoor. Again, a code name carefully chosen by the Prime Minister himself. And how is the world reacting? You heard what the leaders within India had to say with regards to that kind of press briefing which was done. How is the world seeing Operation Sindoor and the overall support that India is getting? Let me bring in Arjun now. Arjun, how is the world reacting to Operation Sindoor?
April 22nd, a date etched in the memory of every Indian. A cowardly terror attack in Pahalgam took innocent lives, and the world is no longer silent. India's Operation Sindoor struck at the very heart of terror, and now the world is standing behind New Delhi. From London to Washington, the message is clear. I will show you how and when. While UK's Foreign Minister David Lammy declared India's outrage justified, Rishi Sunak, in no minced words, mind you, has said India and New Delhi has every right to strike back. And it is not just Rishi Sunak from the UK. In fact, MP Preeti Patel backed India's operations in the House of Commons, nonetheless, saying that New Delhi must dismantle the vile machinery of terror at its roots. An unwavering France has also condemned the Pahalgam attack and has in fact pledged full solidarity with New Delhi. Terror has no sanctuary, not even diplomatic ones, and Islamabad should know that very clearly. From West Asia, Israel, a long-standing ally of India, was also very blunt. Terrorists will not hide. Israel backs India's right to crush these threats before they strike again. Now from The Hague, Geert Wilders shouted what many in the West believe but are afraid to say. Kashmir is 100% Indian. Hashtag Pakistan behind Pahalgam is now a global trend. Meanwhile, the US also remains firm. Congressman Sri Thanedar has in fact said terrorism must be punished, period. India has every right to defend every inch and every citizen. And from Panama, a rising voice on the global stage, support came without hesitation. The Republic of Panama stands with India and it stands against terror. Viewers, this is not just India's fight anymore. The world sees Pakistan for what it really is. A state that harbors terror and breeds instability, and at that, global instability. And Operation Sindoor is a message, one that underlines India will strike swiftly, strike hard, and never back down.
And thank you so much, Arjun, for that quick update on how the world is reacting. That's all from me. News and updates will continue with Gargi after a short break. Stay with us.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, all the latest the day after Operation Sindoor. It's still ongoing, says the government. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Top Raisena ministers brief political leaders. India sends a message of national unity amidst tensions with Pakistan. After Operation Sindoor, MPs raise a demand for global ban on TRF. Say India must continue putting pressure on Pakistan. They are informed by the government that Operation Sindoor is ongoing. 9 strikes with precision at the heart of terror in Pakistan. High alert in all border areas from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab and Rajasthan. Our reporters on the ground.
Villages which has been impacted by shelling.
This is the last village on the border.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control.
I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground. We are a few kilometers away from international border.
NSA Doval met with the Prime Minister this morning to brief him. Later, the Prime Minister also met with the Home Secretary. The focus now on moving people from border villages as shelling and firing continues from the Pakistan side. And families of the victims thank the government and armed forces for Operation Sindoor. Say Pakistan will never forget this action as they hail the airstrikes. And world leaders in support of India after Operation Sindoor. There have been some calls for restraint, with US President Donald Trump offering to mediate as well. Well, our top story now, and an all-party meeting took place this morning where the leaders from across party lines were briefed by the top ministers of the government. In fact, it was Defence Minister who briefed them, Rajnath Singh, for around 1 hour, and this meeting in all lasted for around 1.5 hours. They were briefed on Operation Sindoor when India went into Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir to destroy terror hubs. Now, the opposition has said that they are in complete support of the government and the armed forces after Operation Sindoor was undertaken following the terror attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 citizens were killed. There were some issues raised by opposition leaders, and you had Owaisi saying that they must put pressure on Pakistan and that the TRF, that's the front, the organization that claimed responsibility for the attack in Pahalgam, that they must be declared a terror organization. So that is what some of the opposition leaders, including Owaisi, told the government, that that kind of pressure must continue against Pakistan. And this is the resistance front that is connected to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Remember, after the Pahalgam attack, they had claimed responsibility for the attack in which 26 people were killed. The Congress saying they are firmly with the government after Operation Sindoor. The government saying that Operation Sindoor is ongoing. Remember, this comes at a time when there is high alert in parts of the country, especially the border areas, as some sort of retaliation expected from Pakistan.
आज ऑल पार्टी लीडर्स का मीटिंग राजनाथ सिंह जी की अध्यक्षता में बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुई है। बहुत गंभीर विषय था, इसलिए सब ने गंभीरता से अपने बात को रखा है। सबसे पहले रक्षा मंत्री जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में पूरे लीडर्स को जानकारी दिया, परिस्थिति के बारे में, हालात के बारे में और सरकार का मंशा, सारे चीज़ों को लेकर के ब्रीफिंग हुआ। उसके बाद में सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने अपने मत रखा, पार्टी का विचार को और सुझाव भी दिया है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मैच्योरिटी दिखाया है। ऐसे वक्त में जब देश एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को हाथ में ले करके काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें राजनीति का कोई जगह नहीं है।
देखिए, मीटिंग में जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना, तो हम सभी जितने भी पार्टी के लोग थे, सभी ने ये बताया कि इस घड़ी में, इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे। ठीक है, जब वक्त आएगा पूछेंगे, लेकिन अब संकट की घड़ी है, इसमें कोई हम किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीजें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है, तो बस सबने सपोर्ट किया।
Right, so all parties saying they are with the government in this time that India has hit back at Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack. But let's go across to Aishwarya for more on this all-party briefing. And Aishwarya, the leaders were also told that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing, and also that the number of people killed, according to the Defence Minister, was 100 after India struck in POK and Pakistan as well.
Well, the all-party meeting went on for almost 90 minutes. It was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who briefed all the leaders from different political parties who were invited, and it was informed to them that it is not over and Operation Sindoor is still on. It's an ongoing exercise. Rajnath Singh also stated that we have demolished the terror infrastructures within Pakistan and in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well. And the counting is still on. It is the government who had been lauded by different MPs from all the political parties. They had the Indian Armed Forces were lauded as well, and the entire opposition unitedly said that they are together with the government at this point in time, and certainly it is, whatever action the armed forces will take, they want to support. This is no time for politics, but to send across a message of unity to the entire world. Of course, there were some demands that were raised by some of the opposition MPs. Of course, one of cornering Pakistan around the globe and making sure that the TRF should be declared as a banned organization in the United Nations as well. About what has been told by some of the MPs is that and asked by the government that what sort of action the India is taking as far as retaliation from Pakistan is concerned. The government had given them brief about how Indian armed forces are well prepared and how they are ready to corner Pakistan, both on the diplomatic front and the military front as well. Some of the MPs also asked about the diplomatic actions that India had taken after the CCPA that was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi regarding the IWT or the sending of the Pakistani officials from the High Commission over here in Delhi. What is the current progress into that? Of course, the government had told them about every bit of information that the opposition wanted to send across. Kiran Rijiju told, who's the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, that it is not about the Indian Army or one government or one political party, but it was Prime Minister's desire that all the political parties should be on board when India is taking action against Pakistan. Clearly, two things very important to note over here. Number one, as Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, stated that it is an ongoing exercise. The operation is not ended. Number two, they have killed more than 100 terrorists in all the 9 strikes, the successful strikes by India in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. On the other side, I also wanted to inform our viewers that the meeting between the Home Secretary and Prime Minister has ended. That meeting lasted for almost 1 hour. A brief presentation was given by Home Secretary as to how the Indian citizens who are stuck in the areas which are located in Jammu and Kashmir near to the border where ceasefire violation is being taking place by the Pakistani troops, how a safe passage is being built to evacuate them to a safer place, and also about the information that how the Home Ministry has given guidelines to several states who are adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal about in any case of retaliation from Pakistan, what sort of directions and what sort of things they need to do as far as providing them relief. Essential commodities should be there, and also putting out a strong communication line between states and the centers.
That's right, Aishwarya. And when you say that, that this was something said yesterday as well, that Operation Sindoor is ongoing, and this was something that was informed during this all-party meeting. And so the situation continues to remain on high alert. We've already been reporting from the border areas. But if you could tell us more about what it means that the operation is still ongoing.
Well, the first phase of operation was, of course, we all know that the government has briefed Indian armed forces striked 9 specific locations, 5 in the POK region, 4 in the Pakistan mainland. Of course, the infrastructure of these terror hubs had been demolished completely. The number of deaths that have been occurring is now out in open. But the second phase is, of course, and would be, of course, of the Indian Army reacting to the retaliation. The Pakistani government had time and again stated that they will retaliate in at their chosen place and time, and Indian armed forces are ready for it. Of course, the terror hubs have been identified earlier by the government, and then these strikes were conducted. But in terms of retaliation, that is something that India is looking very closely, and they're monitoring very closely. How India will retaliate would be certainly the second phase. Of course, this is an ongoing exercise that what Defense Minister had said, and it's not over. As yesterday in the press briefing as well, while concluding it, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri stated that he would be again speaking to the media and about the developments that will happen post this. They will be informing the media and public in large about that as well. So more developments is something that we can expect from the LOC. It's been straight 2 weeks and a day that we are witnessing the ceasefire violation, just not from the small arms, but an artillery action also being taken from the Pakistani side. India has responded, Indian armed forces have responded in a very prompt way, but how the exercise near the locations of Rajasthan borders, Jammu and Kashmir is going to take place is something that we'll very closely look upon.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. And we will now be going across to our reporters who join us from the border areas. Now, in this all-party meeting, the MPs also demanded that there be a global ban on the resistance front, that's TRF. This is a proxy of Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they were the ones who claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack in which 26 people were killed. Well, let's go across now to Nazir Masoodi and Shiv Arur joining us for more on that. And we will also get an update on the ground situation. But first to you, Shiv, if you could tell us about the TRF. Before that, let's just listen into what Asaduddin Owaisi said after the all-party meeting on the TRF.
आज के ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में मैंने कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस को और भारत सरकार को कि उन्होंने एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम दिया। मैंने अपनी बात में ये कहा कि एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के ख़िलाफ़, और ख़ास तौर से सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इसको डेजिग्नेट करे, और हमको यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका को ये बताना है कि वो अपने ही मुल्क में इसको फॉरेन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डेजिग्नेट करे, पाकिस्तान को FATF के ग्रे लिस्ट में डाला जाए।
All right, so there we heard Owaisi asking for India to push for this ban on the TRF. Let's go across to Nazir and Shiv for more on this. And Shiv, first tell us about the TRF. What do we know about this organization? And they were the ones who claimed responsibility for the horrific Pahalgam attack.
Well, they first claimed responsibility for it, the resistance force, and then they, issued a social media statement saying that their platform was hacked and that this was an erroneous statement of claiming responsibility for what happened in Pahalgam. So that was the first sign that something was very wrong within the Pakistan establishment. Point number two, the resistance force, let's call it TRF, for the sake of this conversation, is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which sprung up in the aftermath of the abrogation of Article 370 and became very active in the Kashmir Valley, has taken responsibility for a whole variety of attacks, whether it is in Sonamarg, Gulmarg, etc. Even in the 14 days that I've been here in J&K, I can tell you that the TRF is understood to have, staked claim to attacks that had nothing to do with it, even leading to a lot of inter-terrorist group rivalry as well. But I think the one thing we should mention, since Asaduddin Owaisi has said it, and the TRF has, become front and center as far as Pahalgam is concerned, nobody should really dignify the TRF with a separate identity from the Lashkar-e-Taiba. These are just fronts to try and, carve out a separate face or an identity from the mothership that is the LET. Since the LET is a proscribed terrorist organization, the TRF is not. It's like having a Benami account, or trying to change your name in order to avoid detection. The TRF is still not a proscribed terrorist organization by many international bodies. That's what Owaisi is talking about. But ultimately, in terms of funding, in terms of training, in terms of the entire chain of command, in terms of its tactics, in terms of everything that it actually does in terms of its attacks, it is basically the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and let's make no mistake about that.
All right, so it's basically just the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the opposition parties, and we heard Owaisi trying to get a ban on this organization separately is what they want the government to do. But let's now talk about the situation along the border. And today you had the Prime Minister meeting with the Home Secretary. There's a lot of concern about the shelling and the firing that has been ongoing ever since Pahalgam. Nazir, it's 14 days now since this overnight, we can't even call it ceasefire violation because there is no ceasefire. Essentially, there's been firing every single night, and the people living along the borders are the one bearing the brunt. After Operation Sindoor, there is more concern, and we've seen an increase in aggression with the, for the second night shelling taking place.
Exactly, and yesterday Kupwara town was a ghost town. It was completely shed. People were not coming out of fear because of the heavy shelling. Last night there was again shelling, but it was not so intense, even as Pakistan resorted to artillery shelling using 155 mm these shells, and it has created huge difficulty for the people. Many houses have been destroyed. Large number of people have been taken to the places, different places, safety shelters by the district administration Kupwara here. Number of people from Keren, from Tangdar, they have been moved. In fact, yesterday Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with all the DCs of border districts, including here in Kupwara also Jammu, Kutwa, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri and Baramulla. All these districts DCs held meeting with the Chief Minister through video conferencing. So did the J&K's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. So the first priority of the administration is to ensure that the people living in most vulnerable areas are taken to the safety, so that because it appears that next 4 to 48 hours are going to be very, very crucial, given the fact what Pakistani army is claiming that they have been swarmed by the drone attacks, by the drones, and there have been multiple drone attacks from Karachi to Lahore to Rawalpindi, and in fact they are even saying that their military installation in Lahore was also hit, and where they have lost the equipment and the men have also been hit, and then they are saying there was a drone attack in Karachi as well, and terminated as what they have been saying naked aggression of India. So fact is they are feeling heat. What she was mentioning about the part 2 of the Operation Sindoor, it is playing out. India has not officially said anything, but Pakistani army, DG ISPR is saying that they have been literally swarmed by drones. They have got more than a dozen, drone attacks at different places across Pakistan. They are feeling the heat. They have to shut their airports, including Karachi, Islamabad, and Lahore and Sialkot airports have been shut till this evening. So it is a tense situation, and Pakistan clearly is feeling heat after Sindoor, Operation Sindoor, and 9 sites were targeted by Indian Army and armed forces within just 24 minutes. That was the precision of the attacks and swiftness of that military action against Pakistan. And since then, Pakistan has threatened to take revenge of these attacks. But clearly, it's the people living on the borders in the line of control who bear the brunt, because civilian areas have been targeted, be it Tangdar, where marketplace was literally ravaged in Pakistani shelling, or Poonch, where marketplace and the civilians have been killed in Pakistani shelling. So it's a tense situation. Fingers crossed, everybody is really fearful what may happen next, and these next 48 hours are said to be very, very crucial. Will Pakistan hit back? Will they try to, carry out an attack on India? Indian army and the armed forces are clearly ready for any eventuality, and Pakistan will have to pay for it the way they were made to pay after Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 innocent people were killed. Since then, there have been ceasefire violations, and they were through small arms ceasefire violation, but for last 2 days, it has been artillery is being used by Pakistan, and India has equally responded, what army is terming as proportionally they responded to the Pakistani shelling.
All right, and there you can see this high-level meeting being chaired by the Prime Minister. As we've been reporting, the Prime Minister today met with the NSA, Ajit Doval. There was a briefing there, and then the Home Secretary as well met with the Prime Minister. What Nazir was telling us about this tension along the border and the fact that there is this shelling and artillery fire, and people have had to be moved out. So that is the big concern now. Also, as Rajnath Singh reportedly said during the all-party meeting, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. There is high alert along our border states and our border districts, not just Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan as well. And so the situation remains, active and fluid as one is awaiting whether Pakistan will take some bigger, if there will be some sort of reaction to India's Operation Sindoor, in which 9 terror camps were destroyed. So this high-level meeting currently taking place. As you can see, several officials, these are the top bureaucrats there in that meeting, talking with the Prime Minister in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, and the various concerns and the various, alert, the government needs to remain alert, various issues that the government needs to remain alert on. Well, Shiv Arur also there with us. Shiv, as we're looking at these visuals of this high-level meeting, what stood out in that briefing, that the all-party meeting that took place, and Kiran Rijiju spoke to the media after that, is how it was emphasized to the opposition parties that this is an ongoing operation, that Operation Sindoor remains very much on. As Nazir and you have both been reporting, there are those reports coming in from Pakistan of drones and of certain activity. So in view of that, India remains on alert, and therefore we'll continue to see these high-level meetings.
Very correct. The level of readiness and preparedness at this point of time couldn't possibly be higher. We can describe it like, wartime readiness on both sides. Both sides presumably have their sensors at maximum level right now. Most certainly Pakistan does, considering that their airspace has been penetrated with these punishing attacks in phase 1. And now drones have flown into Pakistan and wreaked damage in places like Lahore, Rawalpindi, Karachi and Faisalabad apparently, and other places. So definitely air defenses will be very much up. Those meetings are crucial at this point of time, especially that the all-party meeting, because the defense minister has briefed the parties regarding the damage. He's quoted some figures in terms of, battle damage from phase 1 of Sindoor. The initial reports of, the kind of casualty count of terrorists from all these places, Bahawalpur, Muridke, Muzaffarabad, etc., are still coming in. So those numbers could definitely evolve.
Right,
it's not going to be a fixed number.
You do hold on. Let me just go across to Maria for more on this particular meeting to find out just who are all the, these secretaries and, high-level officials who are attending this meeting with the Prime Minister. Yes, Maria, give us the latest.
Yes, that's right. And this meeting, of course, was chaired by the Prime Minister, which had secretaries from key ministries, including Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Information, Power, Health, Broadcasting, Telecommunication, all in attendance. This is with regards to multiple mechanisms which have to be put in place. Among others includes strengthening of the civil defense mechanism, efforts to counter misinformation and fake news, because that certainly is a huge thing, a menace of sorts which is playing out online. And there is a message which has gone in terms of security of critical infrastructure, that has to be ensured as well. Ministries were also advised to maintain close coordination with state authorities and ground-level institutions. So because the sense is that these are sensitive times and there has to be a clear communication, a complete, total institutional synergy which is needed for national security and operational preparedness, which is needed for citizen safety. And the overall government of India response becomes important, because this is an emergency situation. A better and more comprehensive internal communication plan has been discussed, where the Prime Minister himself, speaking to all the secretaries and of various ministries and departments of the government of India, and emphasizing the need for operational continuity and also institutional resilience. I think the special focus on readiness and emergency response and internal communication protocols becomes important. And at the same time, a range of issues discussed, as we have been saying, because if you look at the list of, ministries, which were departments, should I say, which were called for this very critical meeting, includes Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Power, Health, Communication and Information and Broadcasting, where the messaging has been loud and clear that there has to be a mechanism which has to be put in place, particularly of civil defense. Remember, only yesterday India did carry out security drills, mock drills across India. There were drills carried out also of blackouts in Amritsar and in border districts along in Punjab and also in Rajasthan. So there is this sense that there could be retaliation, and India doesn't want to be, caught napping. India is prepared for it, is the message that is coming in, where the Prime Minister himself has chaired this crucial meeting.
Right, and Maria, as you were saying, given that they're secretaries of I&B and Health and Defense, External Affairs, but I&B, given this is a time when there's there's so much information, there's fake news, there's social media, there news coming in from Pakistan deliberately to create panic and trouble. So this remains a very important point as well. The Prime Minister, they're calling for clear communication as we're all going through this time of tension and alertness.
The communication protocol which has been displayed by the government only yesterday, when you had the Foreign Secretary, flanked by two senior officials, one from Air Force, another one from Army, sending a message of how, comprehensive and well-planned and meticulously planned this entire, communication strategy of the government of India has been. Now, we have seen the Press Information Bureau has been countering fake news online. They have been countering all that is being put out by Pakistani, Twitter handles and on YouTube. They have been effectively countering it. But there is this understanding that when it comes to the larger messaging, we will be seeing more effective communication, as is happening by the government of India. Taking its allies on board, effectively communicating with the envoys of various nations as well. So what is playing out becomes important, because if it is a large-scale preparedness of this nature, the Prime Minister himself speaking to the secretaries becomes important, and secretaries in turn have been told to stay in touch with the secretaries of various states. Power secretaries and secretaries, say, in various departments, health, and health in particular becomes important. Power secretaries and health secretaries also have a crucial role, because as far as the sense in India is that they have to effectively protect its crucial strategic installations, and that is the reason why when the mock drills were carried out, camouflaging of this crucial strategic installations was one of the exercises which did happen yesterday as well, Gargi. So overall, a sense of high alert and a sense of urgency, and also a sense that India should be prepared for any eventuality and retaliation coming in from across the border.
All right, thanks so much, Maria, for joining us with the latest there. So there you can see those visuals of the Prime Minister chairing a high-level meeting with secretaries of various ministries and departments. This is to review national preparedness and also have better coordination and communication between all the departments. Aishwarya Jain also joining us for more on this. And Aishwarya, you've been covering, all these various meetings that have been going through the day, earlier the NSA briefing also, but now this meeting, as Maria was telling us, very, very key. We remain in a state of high alert, and it's important for this, coordination to take place among all the various ministries and departments. Give us more details regarding this high-level meeting taking place, which the Prime Minister himself is chairing.
Well, that's very important. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is closely monitoring every aspect of India's response, internally or externally. And therefore, yesterday, after Home Minister was given responsibility to speak to the Chief Secretaries, Chief Ministers, DGPs of different states and union territories joining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal, today Prime Minister himself chairing all-important meeting with the secretaries of different departments, and this is for the preparedness. This is for inter-ministerial coordination between different departments across the governance, and to better implement it, Prime Minister had given directions to it. We have been told at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, Prime Minister chaired this meeting from the officials from the Prime Minister's office, secretaries from key ministries including Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Information and Broadcasting, Power, Health and Telecommunication, all of those secretaries were called in. Prime Minister himself briefed about how to coordinate amongst the ministries, among the departments at a time when India will be on alert. India will be in a position to retaliate if there is a response that comes in from Pakistan. Prime Minister also reviewed the planning and preparations by ministries to deal with the current situation. Secretaries have been directed to undertake the comprehensive review of their respective ministries' operations and to ensure foolproof functioning of emergency response and internal communication as well. Very, very important to note what the government has been saying. Anti-India propaganda should be stopped as soon as possible. The Information Broadcasting Department had been told to regular update on their PIB website about the fact-checking of the fake news which is being propagated by several social media accounts. The chief ministers of different states had been told to their respective cybercrime departments to identify those who are peddling fake news around, and those should be identified and an action should be taken at first. At this point of time, which is very, very sensitive, no fake news should spread. The message has been sent out very clear to the health department that first aid and medical emergencies should be on alert. All hospitals should be kept on alert. There should be sensitive locations that should be chosen for an option to deal with the medical emergency. The Power Ministry had been given responsibility in a position of blackout, in a situation of blackout, how the operationalization of these of the mechanism to put the entire area into blackout should be done effectively. So strict vigilance and stringent measures is something that the governance is currently focusing on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself chairing this inter-ministerial secretariat meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And just to update, last point, the Saudi Arabia Minister of State also met Prime Minister just a while ago, and they have left the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg as well.
All right, just to update, that's a very interesting, update, Aishwarya, given that you have, the minister from Iran in India right now, that already you have, Dr. Jaishankar meeting with, but the Saudi minister arriving here, this was an unplanned visit. Tell us more about that, because it's interesting at a time of these heightened tensions with Pakistan and Operation Sindoor having taken place. We do know that Saudi has a great deal of influence in Pakistan.
Well, that's right. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Saudi Arabia at a time when Pahalgam terror attack happened. He cut short his trip and landed back in Delhi and took high-level meetings. The next day, he chaired the cabinet meeting, the CCS, the CCPA as well, and important decisions were taken. Saudi Arabia, in that regard, is very important. Saudi Arabia plays a crucial role in in Pakistani establishment. Saudi Arabia is a close ally of Pakistan as well. But Prime Minister had a great rapport with the Prince and King of Saudi Arabia. His minister had landed. This was an unplanned trip, as we all know, and he had met Prime Minister. The meeting lasted for almost 1.5 hours. After the Home Secretary left, we saw Saudi Arabia Minister going inside. He was there for almost 1.5 hours, and just when I was speaking just few minutes back, he left from his residence from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. It was, this meetings is very, very important at this point in time when India is reacting to the terrorist strikes on Indian soil, and Saudi Arabia, Turkey, that are close allies with Pakistan, and Indian establishment speaking to these countries plays a huge role. Of course, condemnation had come from different parts of the world, but few allies of Pakistan, if they come together with India in condemning this terror attack and putting a full stop to the terror activities there in Pakistan, and in retaliation, what they are thinking certainly will be a big, big win, a diplomatic victory for India as well.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with all the latest developments there. So the high-level meeting there chaired by the Prime Minister, where several secretaries, top secretaries were there, and department heads, and it was spoken about how to better coordinate, also counter any fake news at a time of national alertness after Operation Sindoor. We'll slip into a short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
The Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Welcome back. It's a day after Operation Sindoor and high alert in our border states and border areas. Remember, there has been small arms firing for the last 14 days, and last 2 nights there has been shelling as well. There you could see visuals of the Prime Minister in a high-level meeting with the top secretaries of the government for better coordination. But NDTV's Ghazali is in Rajouri and he spoke to some people who've been affected by the shelling.
शर्मा जी, ये बताइए कि अभी शेलिंग हो रही है तो क्या अब आदत सी हो गई है कि शेलिंग हो या ना हो, मतलब इस इलाके को अब नहीं छोड़ना, यहीं रहना है?
सर, इलाका छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे हम? घर तो बना हमारा घर है,
हमारा देश है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे?
मैं इस इलाके की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश
छोड़ेंगे इस इलाके को हम, ये हमारा वतन है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये शेलिंग से डरते डरते हम कहाँ तक भागेंगे? ये हमारा देश है, हमें अपने सैनिकों पे, अपने भारतवर्ष पे, हमारी सरकार पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। पाकिस्तान एक कायर मुल्क है, वो निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमले करता है। ये जो किया पाकिस्तान ने, हमारी सेना पे हमला करने की उसकी ताकत नहीं है। जो ये किया है, ये हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमला किया उसने। जो अभी पहलगाम में हुआ वो भी हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने हमला किया, और ये जो किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर। हमारी सेना से वो डायरेक्ट कभी नहीं लड़ सकता। हमारा देश एक पावरफुल देश है, इसके आगे पाकिस्तान का कुछ भी नहीं चल सकता। और ये ऐसे हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डराना और हमारे दिलों में भय पैदा करना चाहता है कि ये लोग यहाँ से भागें। ये जो पुंछ में किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने किया है। उसके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि हमारी आर्मी से सीधा जंग करे वो। तो ऐसी हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डरा के कि ये लोग यहाँ से भाग जाएंगे। देखो भैया, हम 47 में POK से छोड़ के आए हैं। हम वो लोग हैं जो हमारे बाप दादों ने गोलियां खाई हैं और हमारे परिवार के परिवार उस समय भी विनाश हुए हैं। तो आज हम भागने वाले नहीं हैं। ये पाकिस्तान अपने दिमाग से निकाल दे कि हम यहाँ से भागेंगे। हम यहाँ डटे हुए हैं और अपने देश की सेना के साथ भी खड़े हैं। हम जो भी होगा, हम कहीं भागने वाले नहीं हैं भैया यहाँ से।
तो प्रशासन ने कहा है यहाँ से जाने के लिए आप लोगों को?
हाँ, प्रशासन ने हमें कहा है कि आप कहीं सेफ जगह पे अपने बच्चों को अपने सेफ जगह पे चले जाओ। तो वो हम प्रशासन के साथ हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मगर हम अपने घर अब छोड़ कर जाएंगे।
गेहूं कटाई का भी सीज़न है?
हाँ, गेहूं कटाई का सीज़न है भैया। गेहूं देखो आपके सामने ये पड़ी हुई है, इधर हमारी काट के रखी हुई है हमने। तो क्या करेंगे अब? ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है। हम अपना देश, अपना घर कभी छोड़ के भागने वाले नहीं हैं। हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं भैया।
So this is the underlying sentiment here, that they are not going to leave this area no matter how heavy the shelling happens here, and they are blaming Pakistan for deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the residences here, thinking that perhaps these people will leave this area and leave this entire region and move to safer locations, though they have moved their family members to other areas, to other designated safe locations suggested by the district administration in Rajouri. But the male members of the families are back to this location. They are still lying, they're still sort of staying here to guard their fields, and they say that they stand with the army, with the forces and the district administration.
All right, and earlier on there was the all-party meeting that took place in Delhi, where all leaders were briefed. For more on that, let's go across to Maria.
And the Indian polity also sending a message that they stand firmly with the government and the security forces. During the all-party meeting, which lasted for roughly 90 minutes, it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who briefed the entire political class who were being represented by their floor leaders and heads of various political parties. We have Susmit Patra, Dr. Susmit Patra, who is a member of parliament of the BJD, one of the leaders who attended the all-party meeting. Dr. Patra, the big message that has been communicated to you by the government and what all of you told the government in the meeting which lasted for 90 minutes, sir.
Maria ji, firstly, I must say that it was a very positive meeting. It was a message of strength, unity and solidarity that came out of the meeting. The government, Shri Rajnath ji, shared his observations, and the opposition parties and the floor leaders also shared their views. The common view is that we are all united. The entire polity of this country, cutting across party lines, ideologies, is with our armed forces. We are with the government in this fight against terrorism, and that we are going to pursue it till its logical conclusion. There was a very clear message that came out through this meeting.
So it is a very cordial meeting, a clear departure from the last all-party meeting, where post that we heard a lot of noises from various political parties, Dr. Patra. And in terms of what has been communicated by Rajnath Singh, who I believe was the only minister who briefed the floor leaders of various political parties, the Operation Sindoor is ongoing, is the message which has come from the government.
That's correct. Operation Sindoor is an ongoing process, so therefore, to probably come and provide an assessment at this stage and make a complete finality to it would be premature. Rajnath ji was very specific, very clear, and he is a very tall leader anyway. And the opposition party members also appreciated the work and the efforts that our armed forces have done. Men in uniform, women in uniform have done. And therefore, it was, as you said, it was a very positive, cordial meeting. I have been privy to several floor leader meetings or all-party meetings. But I must say that this was a very different all-party meeting, that I must say. Why? Because this party meeting showed solidarity, camaraderie. There was a sense of, a very, I should say, there was an emotional strain, which usually, when politicians meet, it's generally cut and dried. But I must say that this, and no one from the opposition party also, provided observations, but no one pushed the envelope of trying to, create any specific references as such. So I think it was a very good support, and I think that's a good message that goes out to the country, to 140 crore people, that the polity of this nation at the parliament level, at the highest level, is one. We are speaking in one voice. We are fighting with one vision of fighting against terrorism. I think that is a message that will further strengthen our armed forces in this fight against terrorism.
And Dr. Patra, when you say that nobody pushed the envelope, does it actually mean that what we have seen in the past, a lot of disagreements, a lot of questions being asked, this is not the right time for questions, this is not the right time for discussions, it's the right time for the right messaging?
Absolutely. You held it spot on, Mariaji, that, different political parties have different observations, but no one is trying to, say anything untoward. Right now, the message is we are one. Our armed forces are fighting this battle against terrorism. We have done a very strategic strike by the armed forces in the 9 specific locations. So now is the time that the polity is one. We are speaking in one voice, and the voice is an affirmative action that we are behind the government. There is complete opposition unity with the government in this fight against terrorism.
Okay, Dr. Patra, since it was, Rajnath Singh who gave details to all the political parties, can you share some details which is certainly not privileged, moving away from that aspect of it? Because I'm sure you are a veteran parliamentarian yourself, you understand the nuances quite well.
See, Mariaji, this is privileged communication. But one thing I can say, that as a member of parliament and being present in the all-party meeting, I can tell you on behalf of my party, the Biju Janata Dal, and our leader, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, we of course expressed our full trust and support. And personally, I must say that I have been absolutely well assured the way our armed forces are prepared, by way our country is prepared to face any eventuality. And whatever is being done, I think is very reassuring. And as a nation, our people should be reassured. That is what I gained as a deliverable of the meeting. It was a very positive meeting, cordial meeting. And Rajnath ji, whatever he shared, I think reassured us.
In terms of preparations, how prepared are we? Because even as the all-party meeting was happening, Dr. Patra, the Prime Minister was chairing a meeting in which secretaries of multiple departments were in attendance, telling them there is a need for greater coordination, and the presence of the Power Secretary and Health Secretary in that meeting particularly becomes important. So how ready are we? What has been communicated to the leaders of various political parties by the government?
Well, I can't really specify the details of that. It is a privileged communication that comes within the all-party meeting. But I must tell you, on the broad spectrum, if we were to say, the country is prepared for all eventualities. All our arms of the government as well as the armed forces are ready. And every specific eventuality we are prepared for. And we will not go into the specifics of it, but I can rest assured on one thing that I gained out of the all-party meeting was that the government is serious, the opposition is serious, the armed forces are serious, and together that level of seriousness rises beyond a certain level, which tells all of us that if at all anything adverse happens to us, strong and decisive action will be responded to by our nation.
All right, Dr. Sasmit Patra, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. There's a piece of breaking news coming in now, and for that, I'll toss across to Gargi.
Thanks so much for that, Maria. And yes, you were talking about the all-party meeting and how the party leaders were informed that Operation Sindoor remains ongoing. And now more news has been, in fact, released by the government official, information on what has taken place overnight. Remember, there have been all these reports coming in of drone attacks taking place. And now the details of this phase 2 have been released by the government. Pak's bid to escalate has been negated, and more importantly, the air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Remember, there were these visuals of some sort of explosions taking place in Lahore. Well, let's go across to Shiv for more. And Shiv, you know, we were very tentative about taking all that information till we got some sort of official confirmation, and now that confirmation has come. In fact, details of this entire episode have come. Just tell us for our viewers.
Very, very big statement that's just coming from the Indian government. This is a formal statement confirming what NDTV had reported earlier. The Indian government has acknowledged and taken ownership of a drone strike inside Pakistan in the city of Lahore. The statement clearly says it has been reliably learned that the air defense installation in Lahore has been destroyed. There are some videos doing the rounds, but they are unverified. But this is a huge statement to make. The Indian government formally acknowledging that phase 2 of Operation Sindoor is underway, and that Lahore has just been struck with Indian drones, and their air defense installation has been destroyed. What this is called in military terms is suppression of any enemy air defenses. It wasn't just one drone, there were a number of drones that hit air defense installations in different areas, but the statement acknowledges the strike in Lahore, because remember the importance of Lahore when you're talking about India and Pakistan. So this will be seen as Pakistan as an escalation. They held a press conference just a short while ago. The other big revelation in this statement that's come out from the Indian government is that India's integrated air defense, which contains a layer of different anti-air systems, managed to intercept a veritable missile and drone shower that Pakistan had fired towards military installations in India last evening. This includes installations in Srinagar, Jalandhar, Avantipora, Uttarlai in Gujarat, in Nal, in places in Rajasthan, Punjab, Pathankot, places like that, which contain very important, vital military installations. Pakistan attempted to attack them using missiles and drones, but in an incredible statement, the Indian government says that every single one of these missiles and drones was actually intercepted in the air. Remember, the remnants of one such interception were seen in public in Amritsar earlier today. There was a lot of speculation over what that was. This statement makes it very clear precisely what that was. This was one of those drones or missiles that came towards India that was intercepted. Intercepting multiple missiles and drones is one of the most difficult things to do. We've seen that happen, in a much less complex fashion, when Israel and Israel rockets were fired from Gaza and elsewhere. But this kind of, achievement of having taken on multiple incoming weapons at different cities using an integrated air defense shield is a huge thing to make. So basically, two big statements coming in from this press release by the Indian government. A, that India has struck Lahore and destroyed that city's air defense installations, and B, that Pakistan's retaliatory response has been negated by Indian air defense. Expect things to escalate, even though this statement ends with the fact that India is committed to de-escalation if Pakistan behaves.
That's right, Shiv. So that is the big breaking news. We're bringing you confirmation of what has been, these visuals on your screens from Lahore of certain blasts taking place there. And that is what civilians, their citizens were, reporting that there were some blasts that took place in Lahore. And there have been reports also of, drones. Even in Amritsar, in a village, there was a part of it seemed like a drone that had fallen there. And now confirmation from the government earlier today, government saying that the Operation Sindoor remains ongoing, and now details and really the extent, Shiv, is something is quite something that that Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets, and this was in Avantipura, Srinagar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Amritsar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh. So, all these and using drones and missiles, and all of this was countered by India, and with them responding to this action by Pakistan. And Shivaru bringing us all the latest on this there. You can see those visuals from Lahore that were being reported about of blasts taking place there. So India hitting back after provocations from Pakistan, and this action being taken, and what they have revealed is the air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized in this overnight action. We'll continue to track this big breaking news. For the moment, slipping into a short break. We'll return with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Details of Operation Sindoor were shared with leaders from all parties during the all-party meeting that was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens.
YSRCP MP Subba Reddy tells NDTV, says Defence Minister has confirmed that 100 terrorists have been killed. Prime Minister Modi undertakes a high-level meeting with government officials, a comprehensive review of ministry operations. Special focus is on readiness, emergency response of India. India retaliates to Pakistani response. Details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2 right here on NDTV. Pakistan air defense system has been neutralized. Operation Sindoor. NSA Doval, Union Home Secretary meet Prime Minister. NSA briefs Prime Minister Modi on the current situation. The focus remains on moving people away from the border villages. Meltdown in Karachi Stock Exchange. Trading in the Karachi Stock Exchange is now halted. World leaders in strong support of Operation Sindoor. World stands with India as calls for restraint come in. President Trump offers to mediate. Breaking story coming in on Operation Sindoor right now. India has retaliated to Pakistani response, and details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2 are coming in right here on the broadcast. The government says that Pakistani air defense system has been neutralized and India has destroyed the Pakistani air defense system. Let's quickly now get in my colleague Shiv Arur, who's getting us all the details of the Phase 2 of Operation Sindoor. Shiv, tell us more. What are the details that you can share with us?
Gauri, this is a huge statement coming in from the Indian government, the Indian Ministry of Defence, perhaps in many ways, qualitatively even bigger than the Phase 1. What the Indian government has just announced in this statement is that Indian drones have struck in Lahore and others been destroying Pakistani air defence installations, officially acknowledging that Phase 2 of Operation Sindoor is in progress. The other big announcement we made in this statement is that a large number of missiles and drones fired by Pakistan as part of a retaliatory response aimed at Indian military installations in a whole host of cities, including Srinagar, Avantipora, Pathankot, Amritsar, Uttarlai, Jalandhar, etc., were neutralized by Indian air defense systems. India has an integrated layered air defense system with different kinds of missiles that can go against different kinds of targets. This apparently kicked in, and the overall air defense shield that India has in North and Northwest India apparently spotted every one of those missiles and drones that Pakistan. Now, this is
right. In fact, Shiv, the statement, the release that has come in from the government that confirms this very clearly states that Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in the northern and western India, including, as you were pointing out, Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, several others. Essentially, now this also clarifies that what has the Pakistani response been? The fact that India has responded very clearly to these misadventures, Pakistani attacks, and the fact that the next course, the next 24 to 48 hours, India's response will be very clear, given what these Pakistani misadventures have been.
Considering Pakistan's attempt to retaliate and this escalation by them at different Indian cities is being seen as an escalation by Pakistan, Gauri, and that's one of the reasons why Pakistan, they've hit Lahore's air defense installation, which is a huge achievement, an enormous achievement. You hit at the very heart of Pakistani Punjab. No small feat. Lahore, in many ways, a far bigger target. qualitatively speaking, perhaps than Bahawalpur, Muridi, Muzaffarabad, etc. And that's the reason why we're looking at phase 2 as perhaps even more significant than phase 1 as far as hitting at the heart of the Pakistani system is concerned. You're right when you say that the stage could be set for another escalation, but it's important to note that the end of the statement that's just been issued by the Ministry of Defence says that India is committed to de-escalation, but only if the Pakistan military de-escalates as well. So a window of opportunity perhaps for de-escalation, but I imagine that things are already very tense and they could spiral out of control again.
I want to ask you one question, Shiv, on Lahore. You're right about the impact of this, the significance of this is much more. I'm just reading out the statement that very clearly says that it has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Now, I want you to explain to our viewers the significance of Lahore as compared to some of the other targets that were mentioned and were being talked about earlier in first phase of Operation Sindoor.
Gauri, Lahore, is a city that's very close to the international border from Amritsar. It's a city that holds a great deal of historic significance as far as India's partition from Pakistan is concerned. It's a city, where India has had a lot of historic cultural ties as well. It's also the nerve center of Pakistani politics, which has been increasingly anti-India. It is also a city that's very close to other cities of Pakistani Punjab, including Bahawalpur, Muridi, etc., providing them with a great deal of sustenance for those terror groups. And therefore, Lahore is politically significant. It is, like I said, culturally and historically significant. It's also very close to the international border. It's also a very, very well protected city. If you are air defense installation, basically provides cities like Islamabad, Lahore, Rawalpindi, Faisalabad, etc., a kind of bubble shield against incoming missiles. So,
all right, we'll leave it there, Shiv. Thanks so much for giving us those details. A very important news breaking in right here, Operation Sindoor Phase 2. Let me now quickly rope in Major Ali Shah, defense analyst, to talk more about this, the significance, the import of what the government has just announced, Indian response that has come in. Major Shah, talk to us about, as Shiv was pointing out, the significance of an air defense system at Lahore being neutralized by India.
Gauri, thank you very much for having me on your channel. The very fact is, yesterday everybody was surprised by Operation Sindoor, which was conducted very swiftly and with very, very precise targets. They took precision of 9 terrorist launch pads. No civilian targets were aimed at, no military establishments were aimed at. So Pakistan was in anticipation whether the Operation Sindoor will continue or it will not. So they gave out statements that please halt here. If you halt here, then we will not retaliate. If you continue, we might consider retaliating. Thereafter, another contradictory statement came from their different statements from their military leadership and from their political leadership. They're not on the same page. One said that we have full right to do a retaliatory strike. One said we will leave it at here if India leaves it here. So they were anticipating whether we would continue Operation Sindoor. Now, we were waiting for, there is likely to be a press conference, I'm told, in fact, where our defense will actually come public with it and officially announce what it is all about. So far, what we have gathered, what we know is, as limited to what the press conference of what we saw Wing Commander Varshika Singh, we saw Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and we saw Vikram Misri Saab. What they have given the input so far officially, those are the inputs we have got.
I want to bring it back to phase 2 of Operation Sindoor. The fact that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized, the fact that Pakistani efforts to hit some of the cities in terms of the defense installation has been completely thwarted by India, and that has been said so by New Delhi in so many words. How do you read that? I want your response on that, sir.
Okay, Gauri, so far I haven't got the information. You would be having better information whether it has been said by Delhi. You said that they have taken onus of destroying the air defense system, and if that is so, then I think it's commendable, and my heartiest congratulations to them. And they are also terror organizations in Pakistan, like there's BLA, there's TTP, there are other organizations. So I was suspecting perhaps it could be their handiwork, because if India does it, India takes the full onus of it proudly, and India declares it. So you are saying that we have declared it. If that is the case, then I am happy about it. So far till yesterday, the story I knew was we had not taken onus of responsibility of attack or striking any military establishment. But since you have mentioned it, so I think if that's the case, and if Pakistan dares to retaliate.
And, sir, for the benefit of you and for our viewers, I'm going to read out this part of the statement that has been issued by the Ministry of Defence, Government of India. Very clearly it says, and in fact some of those visuals are also we are playing out on our screens for our viewers tuning in right now. On the night of 7th and 8th of May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Bhatinda, Chandigarh and several others, using drones and missiles. These were neutralized by the integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. Major Shah, that's the second phase of Operation Sindoor that we are breaking right here, and I'm asking you to respond on that. The fact that India repelled Pakistan bid to attack.
Certainly, if Pakistan also they violated the ceasefire, and they did shelling in, I'm told, in Pathankot or in Poonch and such places. And we've had some casualties over there.
16 people, sir. 16 innocent lives have been lost.
Yes.
3 women, 5 children.
Yes, Gauri. And the anger is very much there. I mean, innocent lives of civilians, of children. I mean, it is ridiculous. And, now Pakistan has asked for it. They have seriously asked for it. And let me tell them, there's no ego. There's no child's play. They are in for serious trouble. And who's going to suffer in this, Gauri? It's going to be the Awam, the public, the poor people of Pakistan. And who's going to be responsible for it? The Pakistani military, the Pakistani leadership, the government. General Asim Munir, he triggered the entire thing with his silly, stupid, unwarranted speech. And I don't think he had realized the repercussions of it at that time.
In fact, Major Shah, stay with us. I want to get in Aishwarya Jain, my colleague, to talk more of this biggest story that is breaking right now on NDTV. Second phase of Operation Sindoor. Aishwarya, the government has announced those details, and that just tells us that the Pakistani bids have been completely repelled by India.
Well, very important details coming out from the press statement of Ministry of Defence as far as second phase of Operation Sindoor is concerned. Remember, in the all-party meeting, it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who stated that Operation Sindoor is ongoing operation, it's not ended, and details of second phase have now come out. The biggest thing to note in this release is that it was most of the parts of Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir that was under attack by the military, by the missiles and drones of the Pakistani military establishment. That was given a befitting response. All of them had been, demolished, and it was India in retaliation, completely destroyed the air defense system and radars of Pakistan in Karachi and Lahore. The drones were activated. It was these cities that was under attack as far as the Ministry of Defence is concerned. Clearly, cities of Amritsar, Bhatinda, and other key areas of the Western Air Command were clearly under attack. The last line to be noted in this release is, of course, of the Indian Armed Forces that reiterated their position that there is a complete commitment on non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military, which hasn't, and therefore India had taken and strike back as far as India coming under attack is concerned. Pakistan also, remember, has increased in intensity of ceasefire violations along with the line of control with artillery action as well. India reacted it very promptly, but in response to that, Indian civilians were dead. There are numbers that coming in. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children due to Pakistani firing. This had India to compel to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. As I mentioned, the cities that were under fire as far as Western India and Northern India is concerned: Avantipur, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj using drones and missiles. And certainly it was India. They were neutralized by the Integrated Center Command of UAS Grid and air defense systems as well. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from number of locations. That proves that this is a Pakistani attack. In retaliation, India responded very strongly, destroyed the air radar systems in Lahore as well. And certainly, as the government had mentioned, that this is not the end of the story. It is a continuing and ongoing operation as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. And as the Indian Defense Ministry has stated that they will respond in a very effective way if Pakistan military or Pakistan establishment does not obey the ceasefire and also attacking on Indian establishments.
That, in fact, is equally significant, isn't it, Aishwarya, where the government has said that Operation Sindoor hasn't ended. And that, I think, is an important takeaway from what the Defense Minister said, isn't it?
Well, certainly, apart from mentioning that Operation Sindoor hasn't ended, it's an ongoing operation and phase 2 details have now come out. It is also to note that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh in that particular all-party meeting also informed the MPs that almost 100 terrorists had been killed in an action against the Pakistani terror hubs, in an action, in a strike against the infrastructure that Pakistani mainland has, and also in Pakistani occupied Kashmir. The number of casualties that are there as far as the terrorists are concerned, that is ongoing, that has not ended, it's still in counting. The government of India is making sure that, and as Prime Minister reiterated time and again in different occasions, that they will find the terrorists till the end of this earth. They will punish them, track them. And certainly that's what is ongoing as far as the current situation is concerned. The Indian establishment is also in connecting the foreign envoys as well. They have been briefing them on a regular basis. I just saw at 7 LKM Prime Minister's residence, where I'm reporting from, Saudi Arabia's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs had come. It was an it was a meeting that lasted for almost 1.5 hours with Prime Minister. Remember, Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia during the Pahalgam terror attack. He cut short his trip and landed back in India and held several important meetings that decided that action will be taken against the perpetrators of terrorism. But India had retreated yesterday as well in the press conference by Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, that India had not attacked any of the civilian posts in Pakistan. Civilians are not impacted. It is just the terrorist hubs that are that India had struck down. But it was in retaliation. Yesterday, in the midnight of 6th and 7th May, the Pakistan missiles, drones were launched from their military post towards cities in India, and therefore India had struck back and neutralized the air defense system, the radar system there in Karachi, and the action will continue. The Ministry of Defense officials are there at the South Block monitoring the situation. NSA Ajit Doval today briefed Prime Minister for almost 1 hour at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg about the details that are coming out along with the line of control, along with the international border, and the red alert that India had initiated and activated in the border areas of India and Pakistan, along with Rajasthan, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir.
In fact, on that, stay with us, Aishwarya, because on that, I want to quickly now get in Nazir joining us to talk more about Operation Sindoor Phase 2, the preparations, the fact that India has come out very clearly talking about what all Pakistan tried to do, failed miserably. Nazir, tell us more in terms of the details that are emerging of Operation Sindoor Phase 2.
Well, what we said in earlier bulletin that Pakistan was swarmed by drones. There was drone swarm which hit Pakistan's multiple sites, locations and military installations, and their air defense system in Lahore has been hit and badly damaged. Pakistan's DG ISPR has said that it was a drone attack at at least 12 locations, which he claimed most of them have been actually neutralized, but one he admitted that it hit their equipment at military installation in Lahore and 4 military personnel were injured. This is the admission of Pakistan's army, which DG ISPR in his press briefing today. And then the army defense India has issued a statement talking about how Pakistan tried to attack India with drones and missiles. They have been neutralized at all the places, be multiple places across western India and the northern India, in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab and Rajasthan. Everywhere they have been neutralized, both drone and missile attacks, and then India has hit back. Clearly, it's Operation Sindoor 0.2, but also it is clear sign of the escalation from Pakistan when they tried to use missiles and drones to target India, which have all, according to army, they have been defense officials' statement, they all have been neutralized. And then Pakistan admitting it is a military facility, which we know is an air defense system, has been hit by Indian drones as well. So clearly we were waiting for an official statement since afternoon. We were talking about this, how the Operation Sindoor 0.2 has started since last night. It was also shelling along the borders, along the line of control during the night, second day of artillery use, artillery shelling, and army has said that they have responded
Indian
in
military
equal
targets
measure
being
with
attacked.
small arms and
Indian military targets in specific cities being under attack, and Pakistani efforts being completely thwarted. Let's get in Maria to join us more with the details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2.
Right, Gauri, if you look at it, India's Operation Sindoor has been focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature. But on the intervening night, which is of 7th and 8th, attempts were made by Pakistan to target 15 Indian cities. If you look at the details which has come in now from the government of India, it has named all these 15 cities, which includes Batinda, Ludhiana, Jalandhar, Kapurthala, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai, Bhuj, Pathankot, Jammu, Srinagar, Avantipura. All these cities were targeted by Pakistan. These are, of course, cities in northern and western India using drones and missiles, but they were completely neutralized. And in fact, there was an attempt to engage a number of military targets also. That has been thwarted. So, as far as Operation Sindoor Phase 2 is concerned, these 15 cities of India were on Pakistani radar. There were attempts made, but certainly the alertness of the entire surveillance system and the Indian defense system has to be lauded, because they managed to completely neutralize any efforts and attempt by Pakistanis.
Maria, air defense systems neutralized any of these efforts and attacks, possible attacks. And the distinction, as Maria was making, and that's very important, that India's Operation Sindoor was measured and did not target any military installations, but Pakistani effort and response has been to target the number of military targets in these specific cities, the 15 cities that we are talking about. And in fact, let me go back to Aishwarya to talk more about this. The second phase also, in fact, Aishwarya now indicates that Operation Sindoor Phase 2, the second one that has in fact started now, the specific areas where Pakistan is targeting, the defense minister's clear positioning that Operation Sindoor is not over, indicates the high level of preparedness and focus as far as India is concerned, and prepared for some of these possible misadventures from Pakistan.
Well, that's right. And therefore, the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired an Inter-ministerial secretariat meeting. All the secretaries from different ministries and departments were called in today, and Prime Minister himself chaired this meeting, and instruction was given to all the secretaries to coordinate amongst each other and for better preparation in a time of retaliation by Pakistan, how India can give a befitting reply internally was something that the instructions were given. Yesterday it was Home Minister Amit Shah who spoke to different chief ministers and chief secretaries of the states and union territories adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal. Specific instructions were given, as in a time of retaliation or at a time of war, there should be effective measures that should be taken. It is essential commodities that should be supplied in a proper way. It is also instructions that had been given to the cyber police of different states that anti-India propaganda should be stopped as soon as possible. Those who had been found of making such anti-India post or peddling fake news, the action should be taken and information should be passed on to the centre. There should be smooth communication between states and centre. And Prime Minister today briefed the secretaries of different departments, starting from home to foreign to power, information broadcasting, railway, communications. Every possible department secretary was there today, and certainly the efforts are being made by the Prime Minister, who is himself keeping a very, very close eye and chairing these important crucial meetings. At 7 LKM, he was briefed by NSA as well about the details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2 this morning, and India is well prepared to combat to any such retaliation. Is something that the message is out and open to different ministries. The work of the governance should go on. That's the loud message from Prime Minister. On the other side, they should also be kept on high alert as far as any such situation is concerned. The health department has been given a separate briefing as to keep alert on the medical aid if requirement. The hospital should be on alert. Specific locations which are sensitive near the border areas had been identified, and special vigilance is required. The Ministry of Home Affairs is keeping a close eye on those areas as well, and the district magistrates, the state administrations had been told to keep a close communication. If any anti-India activity is being found or there is any such information that gets in, directly inform the centre, is a louder message that has come out from this important meeting that Prime Minister also chaired.
Absolutely. And in fact, these attacks that we are talking about, Operation Sindoor Phase 2, Mara, let me come back to you. The debris of these attacks is in fact being recovered from number of these locations that proves Pakistani attacks. And unlike, as we've been saying, Operation Sindoor, where the response was measured, calibrated, and did not target any military installations of Pakistan, Pakistani response has been to target only Indian military establishment, isn't it? And that proof is what India is collecting right now.
That's right. India's move was focused and non-escalatory in nature. And what has happened in the intervening night of 7 and 8, after the Operation Sindoor Part 1, was an attempt made by Pakistan through drones and missiles to target 15 cities in India. And that entire attempt was thwarted, is what government is telling us. In fact, the government has gone on to say that they were neutralized by our anti-defense systems and UAS grid, and integrated counter-UAS grid. We'll try and get details of how this grid actually functions, but overall, Gauri, the alertness of the defense forces has to be lauded here. We have seen how there is, we are in a state of high alert and total preparedness. When, Aishwarya was giving us the details of that meeting, which was chaired by the Prime Minister, in which several department secretaries were in attendance, Gauri, I think one important aspect which has to be highlighted is the presence of the Secretaries of Health and Power Ministries, because these two particularly become important in the times that we are living in. when blackouts exercises were carried out, it was the role of the power ministries which comes in during the course of that drill. And again, the hospitals, if they are on high alert, particularly in the border districts of India, along with along the international border with Pakistan, the sense is that there has to be all hands on deck and complete coordination that is needed between the center and the states at all administrative levels.
Absolutely. All hands on deck is what the preparedness is for India right now. Maria, stay with me because I want to come back to the Lahore drone attacks in just a bit. But Nazir, to you, as far as the statement, the message that has come out from India, very clearly, it also talks about the 16 lives that have been lost due to the heavy shelling by Pakistan. These are all innocent civilians. That includes women, children, and of course, a martyred soldier as well.
Exactly, and they have been targeting civilians after these ceasefire violations and the heavy artillery shelling. Particularly the Poach area has borne the brunt of this firing, where most of these civilians, also a soldier, have been killed in Pakistani artillery shelling. Having said that, whenever India has actually responded in equal measure, what India always is saying, that for example, there was a terror attack in Pahalgam. India hit at terror sites 9 terror sites in Pakistan. Now when Pakistan has tried to hit India's military installations, military establishments, India has hit back with the same thing and try to target its air defense system, and in the process, air defense system in Lahore has been neutralized according to Defense Ministry's statement. So there has been the Defense Ministry also said we tried to response to Pakistani artillery shelling was to bring the Pakistani artillery to a halt because it has been targeting innocent civilians. More than 40 innocent civilians have been injured. Among them are women. Among the dead, 16 dead, women and 5 children as well. 2 of them are siblings. So innocent people losing lives, particularly in the border. It was again artillery shelling along the line of control across Jammu and Kashmir today. But the way things are escalating across the spectrum, we see Pakistan using both drones and missiles try to target India and at different cities in the western and northern India. So
Yes.
that has been not only repulsed, neutralized that attack, but also India has hit back and targeted Pakistan's air defense system. And one of the systems in Lahore has been hit, neutralized, and Pakistan's DGISPR in a press briefing today admitted that their military installation in Lahore has been hit, and he admitted in that briefing that there was damage to the equipment without naming the air defense system, and he has also admitted that 4 soldiers of Pakistan Army have been injured in that retaliatory attack by India. So clearly things are not looking de-escalating, things are going perhaps on the escalation ladder, and we have to see, as we have been reporting since yesterday, next 48 hours are very, very crucial. Pakistan has threatened that they will avenge the attacks, what has India done during Operation Sindoor. So Operation Sindoor was not just those 9 strikes which were completed within just 24 minutes. The swiftness, the most swift and with military precision, the targets were hit exactly where it hurts, where it caused the actually damage, where India intended to hit those sites, which India has clearly said they were terrorist sites, be it Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba or Hizbul Mujahideen. All these places, be Sialkot, Murdiki, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, all Bahawalpur, all those have been hit. Now it was second phase or the second day of Operation Sindoor, and it has again hit the targets where India intended to hit in retaliation to Pakistan's attempt to target India's military installations in around 15 cities across western and northern India, in Jammu and Kashmir, and in particularly in Punjab.
Indeed. In fact, Nazir and Aishwarya, stay with us. I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back to this big story, Operation Sindoor Phase 2, the details that the government has just shared. We come back and talk more on that. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit. That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India matters.
Turning attention now to the all-party meeting that took place earlier in the day today, where the government spoke to all political stakeholders in the country, and they were unanimous and united in their opinion in terms of the actions that have been taken by the government. Rajya Sabha MP Subba Reddy has spoken to NDTV on this and said that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, under whose chairmanship the all-party meeting took place today, said that 100 terrorists have been killed. I want to play out that conversation that he had with my colleague Tanushka, and then we take the story forward.
After the all-party meeting discussing the Operation Sindoor and its success and what is to happen thereafter, briefings of the upcoming plan of actions as well, and how far is the strategy ongoing. This all-party meeting, of course, chaired in the Parliament, had all the parties taking part in it, and we are being joined by YSRCP member of Rajya Sabha here, Mr. Y.V. Subba Reddy. Thank you for speaking to NDTV, sir. Sir, first off, could you please tell us what went down in this meeting? What was exactly briefed by the Defence Minister as well?
Today I came here to attend all-party meeting conducted by central government
headed by our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and attended by almost 18 parties. All of them, in the first instance, they stood behind the government and they said, we are all with you, all parties, irrespective of the region, states, everything. We are all supporting the cause, what central government is taking up and what our defense armed forces are doing. Especially after the Pahalgam incident, where 26 people, innocent civil people, were ruthlessly killed. You have to do something, you can't keep quiet. And the way Operation Sindoor was operated, only attacking on terrorist camps, that also sent a good message, because nowhere affecting in Pakistan about civilian areas, civilians. That's also a good move. Our Operation Sindoor was handled so successfully.
All right, in Pakistan, an advisory has been issued by the US Embassy for its employees there, for its staff there, to shelter in place amidst reports of drone explosions and downed drones as well. In fact, the country's State Department said that on Tuesday. The consulate said it has received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating. Let's get in Vishal Vivek, my colleague, to fill us in with the details. Walk us through, Vishal, the update that has come in from the US Embassy for Pakistan.
Well, the latest is that the situation is quite tense in Lahore. This comes right after India confirmed that some drones had been, some military infrastructure of Pakistan had been neutralized by India. They were planning to attack India through drones, etc. And that is how they were shot down. The infrastructure was totally dismantled by India. This is the phase 2 of the Operation Sindoor. And right in the wake of that announcement from India, US advisory has come in talking about restrictions that people from the US who are in Pakistan, they need to follow. They have told clearly that they need to shelter in place. This is particularly for the consulate personnel of the US. Because they are in the vicinity of the attacks that happened. They are in the ground zero. So it's mostly for them. The consulate has also received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating some areas adjacent to the Lahore's main airport. So these are some of the advisories that have been released by the US Embassy. And they have asked the US citizens who find themselves in an area of active conflict to immediately leave that area. And if it's not safe to leave, they should shelter in place. So what does shelter in place mean? It means that wherever you are, you need to be in a place where you can be hidden from outside forces. You need to be sheltering in place and make sure that you don't move out and you're out in the open so that drones, etc. can attack you. So that is some of the advisory that has been released. And there are some further updates as well. And they've said that they will be sending more updates needed through the messaging system. They have also said that people need to ensure that you are enrolled in Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which is a STEP program for the US personnel in the US, in Pakistan.
All right. Thanks much for giving us those details, Vishal. I'm now going to hand it to my colleague, Maria Shakil, for an exclusive interview that she's going to have with Praful Patel.
And the all-party meeting on Operation Sindoor, which was chaired by the government, had Praful Patel, a member of parliament of the NCP. He's joining us live here on NDTV. Mr. Patel, really appreciate your time. The Indian polity is united like never before, one would say. A scene of complete cordiality and a message that is going to Pakistan and also to all those who are watching India closely, that India at this moment stands in complete solidarity with the forces and also with the tricolour.
Absolutely, Maria. This is a time for complete national unity. After all, we are fighting an enemy, and the persons who came to India and shot our innocent civilians in Pahalgam were definitely state-sponsored terrorism emanating from Pakistan. And it's not been happening since today. We've seen it in the attack on Parliament. We've seen it in 2611. We've seen it in IC 184. We've seen it in Uri, in Pulwama. So there are numerous instances, and one can go on. And what happened in Pahalgam was something, was never done before. It was a completely, sinister plan, not only to kill innocent citizens, civilians, also, to, of course, terrorism and the valley coming back to normalcy should again be disturbed, but also, in a way, indirectly trying to create a big divide within society in our own country. And this actually has been thwarted first by the citizens of India by coming together. You see any political party, you see any organization, you see any person in India across the length and breadth is speaking in one voice, and that is the voice of India. And exactly when the government calls an all-party meeting, we also as political parties, first our duty is of course to the nation first, then to whatever else, including a political party. And I'm happy that the entire polity, from left to right, everybody has come together, spoken in one voice. And I can assure you, even within closed doors, what has been spoken is not any different than what we are talking outside. So it's a very big signal. It's a great sign that India's democracy has held together, has strengthened over the period of time. And in fact, this should be the biggest message to Pakistan, that no matter how much you try to divide us, the more you do so, the more united we will emerge. And we'll set aside all political and other differences. We will not let that come in the way. So I think today's meeting, more than just the fact that, you get the information from the government and the government expresses and wishes to have some solidarity on the cause which it has embarked, but it also, I think, demonstrates to India, Indians, and to the world that, look, a country of 1.4 billion people is united. There is no disturbance, there's no difference of opinion. And this, I think, should be something very, satisfying to us all as Indians.
And Mr. Patel, in terms of, since you said that leaders who, whatsoever they are saying inside is something that is being communicated by them outside as well. So in terms of the messaging, would you say that there is no difference of opinion whatsoever? The questions, the time for questions will come. And that can happen at a later stage. At this point, the Indian polity, the entire Indian political class is standing firmly with the decision that is being taken by the government of India?
Oh, surely. I mean, see, we can discuss and debate many other things later on, including the smaller issues or the larger issues, whichever emanate after the conflict is, settled. But the fact of the matter is, today, this is not a fight of the government versus terrorism. This is a fight of India versus terrorism. This Pakistan menace has been going on. You see, ever since partition, Pakistan has never felt comfortable with the success India is enjoying. And we've seen it in various wars, conflicts, and continuous tirade against India and its development. Even in the media or elsewhere, false narratives are being spread. Lots of misinformation is going on outside of India. And I'm sorry, some of the international media also is falling prey and taking the bait of Pakistan and spreading some of this misinformation. But I can tell you that in India, within the Indian political landscape, I'm so happy. I'm personally also very happy when I go to a meeting like this and when I see everybody speaking in one voice, and not only speaking in one voice, but saying to the government, all power to your elbow, to the army, to the air, the Air Force, to the Navy, all power to you. The entire country of 1.4 billion is standing behind you.
Okay, if I were to sum up the mood of the all-party meeting, was it in complete departure from whatever you have seen over so many years, Mr. Praful Patel?
Well, yes, I would agree with your observation. The first meeting, immediately after Pahalgam attack, also on the 23rd, which was called by the government, saw the same kind of sentiments being expressed. There was no disunity even then. And now, after the conflict, and especially our action, you see, we must also look at our action as something very measured. The statement of the defense, MEA yesterday was so, I would say, confidence building that we are a mature democracy. We don't go out and shoot like Rambos and try to kill other people. We have only gone to Pakistan and destroyed 9 places where terrorism is taking shape, and continuous efforts to bring all these people to book have failed, and therefore now here we are coming right into your doorstep, into your backyard, and trying to finish off these factories of terror. So if you look at it in totality, everybody is also very happy that India, as a political democracy, has had a measured response in spite of all the provocation. We've not just gone like Rambos. We've only attacked terrorists. We've only tried to see that the civilian damage or the other damage to the country is minimized. And that has been I think, a very big success. Operation Sindoor is not just symbolic, it is also, I would say, very well calibrated.
All right, Mr. Praful Patel, thank you so much for giving us all the details, and thank you for saying that the entire political class stands united firmly today. That was the picture of cordiality which was perhaps needed for the entire country at this juncture. That's all from me. Gauri joins you after a short break with all the news and updates.
All right, on that note, a quick break. We come back with more news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy?
All right, a meltdown has happened in the Karachi Stock Exchange, where trading has halted as panic has gripped investors in Pakistan. The stock market is facing a huge decline. Let's quickly now rope in NDTV Sakshi Bajaj, who will take us through what exactly is it that is driving the panic amongst the investors in Karachi.
Tremors are being felt in the Pakistan Stock Exchange as well. We have seen the Karachi Stock Exchange plunge over 7% and a pause really in trading there. Now, what exactly has led to this? Well, experts believe that, look, the panic mode that investors are seeing in Pakistan is clearly being felt as far as sharp declines on their stock markets and their stocks that have been seen since the past 2 days. Remember, this is ever since India's payback for Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor. So now what does this mean in the near term? Well, experts believe in the near term, of course, this means that there could be more volatility. And in the near term, it also signals the fact that, look, while, of course, India is resilient, India's stock markets are resilient at the moment, experts believe in the near term they will remain in wait and watch mode as far as Pakistan's impact is concerned. And of course, they do believe that this does signal near-term volatility.
All right, turning focus now to the families who've reacted, families of the victims of Operation Sindoor who have reacted to the latest developments coming in. In fact, they've said that Sindoor means our lives, and the victim's wife has in fact thanked Prime Minister Modi for Operation Sindoor. Listen in.
I heard that there was an Operation Sindoor was happened in the last night, which was taken the revenge of our 27 families. The name itself is telling that Operation Sindoor. Sindoor means we all lost our husbands. That means our lives. One way I should thank to Modi that we are so innocent people. They saw Modi on us. So Modi also owned us and took this revenge on them. So we are thanks to Modi.
Pakistan has unleashed a full-blown disinformation offensive in a very desperate attempt to try and shift the focus and the narrative. There have been a barrage of lies and digital theatrics that have come in after Operation Sindoor. What started as a focused and effective military operation by the Indian Armed Forces, the Pakistani side is trying to create some sort of fake news around it, all of which has been busted by India and Indian government. Vishal Vivek gets you all the details on that front.
Pakistan's fake news machinery is on an overdrive. Let's take a look at a few examples. This video was shared by various Pak accounts on X claiming that Pakistan struck a military base in Amritsar. That is not actually Amritsar. Those posts are totally fake, as it's an old video. As you can see here, this PIB fact-check tweet sheds light on how these teams spread fake news. Those posts are totally fake. It's an old video. This video was posted by several handles claiming to show Indian soldiers recovering remains of deceased soldiers. This too is fake information, as this is an old video from 2019 September, and it actually shows Pakistani soldiers retrieving dead bodies of their fellow comrades near LOC. This, another fact check from PIB, sheds light on how Pak is spreading misinformation. These social media accounts that you see on the screen have posted this video of an Indian pilot who was injured back in February. His plane had crashed near Gwalior. But these handles from Pakistan say something different. They say that this happened during this campaign of India's, when Indian planes sent some bombs into Pakistani territory and POK. So this also has been debunked by the Press Information Bureau's fact-checking team. So these are some of the various examples that PIB and the Indian team have come up with to show how Pak has been doing its misinformation campaign.
All right, on that note, a quick break. We come back with more on the other side. Stay with us.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India's
Ladies and gentlemen, last night, Pakistan tried to target about 15 installations and places in the country. Every attempt was thwarted like it should be effectively. You're looking at a very detailed statement that has been put by New Delhi. We'll get you details of that and much more of that ever-developing story with our team of reporters tracking this from a lot of places right now. First up, as always, a quick check of our headlines right now. So Pakistan tried to attack about 15 cities. You're looking at the Indian Army making it absolutely clear that any such attempt has been thwarted. They've also put out a clear warning saying that the next time such an escalation will be responded to kindly. The YSRCP MP, Subba Reddy, has spoken to NDTV. The Defence Minister has confirmed that 100 terrorists have been killed. Concluded a comprehensive review of the ministry operations has also been ordered. Special focus on readiness, emergency response has been laid. India has retaliated to the Pakistani response. Details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2 now out. The government says that Pakistan air defense system has been neutralized. Operation Sindoor continues. The NSA Ajit Doval earlier has met with the Union Home Secretary, also met with the Prime Minister. The NSA has briefed the Prime Minister on the current situation. The focus is on moving people from the border villages. There has been a full meltdown in the Karachi Stock Exchange. Trading in the KSE 100 has been halted. World leaders are in support of Operation Sindoor. The world stands with India. There is also a call for restraint. Trump says he's also offered to mediate. First up, let's get you details of this big developing story right now. Now, what we can tell you with confirmation is on the night of the 7th to the 8th May 2025, you had Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, attempting to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India. Now, what were these places? These places were Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda,
Chandigarh, Nal, Phalodi, Utlai and Bhuj, and this using drones and missiles. These were all neutralized by the integrated counter-US grid and the air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is also now being recovered from a number of locations that does prove that Pakistan was behind the attack. So this again is a clear indication of what Pakistan wants to do. Do remember, the government has made it very clear that any such attempt is going to be responded to in an equal measure. We've earlier maintained that our idea is not to escalate the situation, but this time around you're looking at Pakistan obviously wanting to cross the line. What does this mean and what more do we know about this? Let's get you details.
Well, what we said in earlier bulletin that Pakistan was swarmed by drones. There was drone swarm which hit Pakistan's multiple sites, locations and military installations, and their air defense system in Lahore has been hit and badly damaged. Pakistan's DG ISPR has said that it was a drone attack at at least 12 locations, which he claimed most of them have been actually neutralized, but one he admitted that it hit their equipment at military installation in Lahore and 4 military personnel were injured. This is the admission of Pakistan's army, which DG ISPR in his press briefing today. And then the army defense India has issued a statement talking about how Pakistan tried to attack India with drones and missiles. They have been neutralized at all the places, be multiple places across western India and the northern India, in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab and Rajasthan. Everywhere they have been neutralized, both drone and missile attacks, and then India has hit back. Clearly it's Operation Sindoor 0.2, but also it is clear sign of the escalation from Pakistan when they tried to use missiles and drones to target India, which have all, according to army, they have been defense officials' statement, they all have been neutralized. And then Pakistan admitting it is a military facility, which we know is an air defense system, has been hit by Indian drones as well. So clearly we were waiting for an official statement since afternoon. We were talking about this, how the Operation Sindoor 0.2 has started since last night. It was also shelling along the borders, along the line of control during the night, second day of artillery shelling, and army has said that they have responded in equal measure, which is small arms and artillery as well.
So that is Nazir Masoodi helping us understand what really has happened. But what is happening right now and what more do we know about what Pakistan attempted to do and how India has responded? Let's also get in our colleague Ghazali, who's been at the Rajouri sector getting you a lot of other ground reportage. Ghazali, one thing is absolutely clear. You know, all those who thought that this is a Pakistan that possibly could mend its ways, could learn the lesson, that is absolutely not happening. Now, you had India going in for those precision strikes, but this is Pakistan that wanted to try and attempt to hit out at our military installations.
Yeah, certainly. Pakistan has been trying to do that. Yesterday it attempted, and the government's statement clears now that how our aerial defense system managed to neutralize all those aerial threats coming from Pakistan's side. And more than 16 cities of India were targeted by Pakistan, and that's why we were getting all those reports of loud explosions yesterday, particularly in the north from Amritsar, from Rajouri, from other neighboring cities like Chandigarh as well. And government has put out that how its aerial defense system managed to neutralize all those aerial threats from Pakistan. But meanwhile, I'll tell you what is happening in Rajouri. Heavy shelling happened day before yesterday. Yesterday it was a quiet night, but a lot of people have been asked to evacuate these areas. My camera person will show you all these beautiful houses on these hilltops are vacant right now because people have been asked to move to safer places in Rajouri, towards the urban areas. People are moving towards low-lying areas in the plains, towards Jammu, and toward other safer areas away from the LOC, or say the international border. And behind this hilltop is the location of the international border. Just a couple of kilometers from here is where the shelling starts or emanates from, targeting these civilian houses, the civilian installations. And people over here are very angry with the fact that first Pakistan or Pakistan-backed terror organizations carried out that Pahalgam attack there, killing 26 civilians there. And now when India retaliated, so Pakistan has intensified the cross-border violation, the ceasefire violation by targeting and deliberately targeting these civilian homes. And just for our viewers, we need to remind that this is a wheat harvesting season. There are many farmers who have to abandon their fields, have to abandon their standing crop, and had to leave to far away places from here to makeshift shelter homes, makeshift other arrangements which the administration has done for them to stay away from the range of these shelling, which has been going on for past many days.
And when you mention all these details, you know, Ghazali, I'll just take this opportunity to go through the release that again, the statement that has been put out by the government, the Ministry of Defense, where they say that the Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation. That is the operative word, non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. So that is the real problem. Ghazali.
Yeah, see, the first round was when Pakistan started the Pahalgam attack, and India just retaliated by neutralizing those terror camps in their territory by striking deep into Pakistan. Yet again, it was believed that perhaps with these deep internal strikes into Pakistan's territory, Pakistan will mend its ways, will look for talks, will try to mend its ways by removing those terror pads, the launch pads in its territory. But it doesn't look so, because yesterday evening it was anticipated by the Indian agencies as well as by the government that perhaps Pakistan will retaliate with aerial strikes, and that very much happened yesterday late night when we heard that drill was still happening in many Indian cities in north as well, including Chandigarh, Amritsar, in Rajouri, in Poonch, and other districts of Jammu and Kashmir as well. But Pakistan certainly doesn't look that it is in any mood to learn from its mistakes, and that is when India had yet to defend its territory. India had to use its aerial defense system, and it is now believed that many targets within Pakistan has been targeted by Indian drone system, by our defense system. Yet again, Pakistan's Prime Minister, when he addressed the nation yesterday, he spoke about that how India has been targeting the civilian installations or civilian homes, which is very far away from the truth, because right now in Rajouri we have heard from people over here that even in 1971, even in 1999 during Kargil and 71 war, these locations were never targeted by the Pakistani army. But for the last 4 or 5 days, not just in Rajouri but in Poonch, many civilians have been killed. Many have been injured and have been admitted to hospital. They are all praying that the Indian armed forces, the way they are thwarting these attempts from Pakistan, continue to do so and give them a befitting reply so that they stop attacking at least the civilian installations or civilian houses here in Rajouri and other areas near the international border.
But this classic Pakistani playbook, where they are cowards, and not just this, they live by plausible deniability. Ghazali, why don't you stay with us? We'll also in fact get in our colleague Gurpreet, who's right now at Firozpur, and we must tell our viewers that the team NDTV right now, remember, is spread across the length and breadth of the country, getting you live reportage and a lot of other important action and information that you need to know. Also on your screens, on the top, in fact, you are looking of the remains of that Pakistani missiles that have been struck down by India. So that is the evidence, no, Gurpreet? That is the evidence that Pakistan possibly cannot even deny. But then they've always been denying evidences.
Well, we have seen very smartly and very technically, we were able to neutralize all these missiles and drones. We have seen various parts of Punjab they were trying to target, whether it's the military area in Bathinda, Chandigarh, Amritsar, and other places also. We have seen very accurately they got this information. We have seen in Amritsar there was total blackout, and a lot of precautions and measures had already been taken. Somewhere down the lane, we have seen Pakistan was trying to send multiple drones at the border area, and we have seen from Firozpur also, we had a word with a lot of people who are present here. They are saying the India government has already initiated this war against terrorism, and they have already appreciated, and we have seen some of the people, they are leaving their place, but we have seen only children as well as the old people, they are leaving the various places of this border in Firozpur. But the young people, they are there. They are saying we stand by our forces, and if it is required, we will use our own equipment, whether it's the tractors, trolleys, and all these things, so that this war against terrorism, which has been initiated by the Indian government, there is a need to uproot these terror activities from ground. So as of now, if we can talk about our sophisticated defense system that was able to neutralize all these missiles and drones which has been sent by Pakistan, and at this point of time, we don't feel that they are in a position to deny anything. There is a video evidence also, the way we have seen multiple military area had been targeted by Pakistan, but we have been reporting from border. What we can sense at this point of time, we have seen multiple decisions had been taken by the local administration. One side, we have seen in Gurdaspur, they have already decided to hold blackout whole night from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. So all these measures have been taken on the ground also in the border area. We have seen all the schools have already been shut down. Multiple mock drills are being carried out, and we have seen one-to-one contact program by the local administration is already underway. So as of now, if we can talk about this Punjab border area, we have seen the Punjab police, the Punjab government, they have also taken multiple initiatives so that they will be able to contribute at this point of time to nation to deal with the situation which has just come up after this strike which has been started by India against this terrorism. So let's see that how the more changes will be happening. But if we can talk about the spirit of these people from border, that is very high at this point of time. They want to support the nation, and we have seen most of the youngsters, they are ready to support our forces if any critical situation is going to be happen at the border area, whether it's Firozpur, Gurdaspur, Amritsar, or Fazilka, or Pathankot. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, let's take this back to Ghazali, who we must tell our viewers is at Rajouri, and he's been getting us a lot of those ground reportages also. Ghazali, you also must have spoken to a lot of locals. Now, we do know that it is the civilians that come in the line of fire. You know, Pakistan does not abide by rules, but that is exactly not how India operates. And that is why we decided to attack their terror camps. Not any military installations, not any civilian casualties have been reported absolutely by India, and that is the difference.
Yeah, and Pakistan is taking no half measures. It is targeting both civilian and military installations. And thanks to our defense forces that be it the civilian areas, be it the defense installations, they're all safe. Barring a few injuries we have been reported from Poonch and from Rajouri area. The district administration in both these districts have arranged a makeshift arrangement for all these people who are getting displaced. But these people are very angry and very upset with Pakistan, which is deliberately targeting, because they expect that Indian army must defend them, which is actually they're doing near the border, near the LOC as well as international border. But Pakistan has intensified shelling, deliberately targeting those houses near the border. And this is just around 1 to 2 kilometers, and it is almost within the firing range. And in the past, it has happened that Pakistan has violated the ceasefire, but the intensity of shelling has only increased since India launched its Operation Sindoor. And just because Pakistan is not capable of attacking or facing the Indian army, the people here say that is the reason why it is attacking the civilian installations. That is why it is impacting the movement of civilians in the area. It is impacting their livelihood as well. But they're very confident that perhaps the Indian armed forces, the Indian government, they stand by them, and they feel that whatever the government decides or whatever the Indian army or its operations roll out in the future, in the coming days, will certainly help to restore normalcy in the region.
Oh yes, and the Pakistani air defense system has also been pierced quite literally, is what we are learning. Ghazali, I'll just let you go for the moment, and we'll come back to you a little later on the broadcast. But I want to take one quick question also with Gurpreet, who, like I told you, is at Firozpur. Gurpreet, you know, you've also been speaking to a lot of people in the security establishment, a lot more. The idea is also to be very prepared. We've seen those mock drills happening. Now we are also seeing India making it absolutely clear that we are not there to escalate. We will not retaliate. But if you attack our civilians, if you continue with these unprovoked attempts, we reserve the right to respond.
That is also also a spirit of people here at the border area. We had a word with the multiple people, whether it's in the administration of Firozpur district or the people who stays at border. They say this is the time to teach them lesson. The way this Pahalgam attack had been executed by these anti-national and from across the border, this is the right time, this is the need of the hour to teach them a very serious lesson to all these people who are involved in such terror activities. We have seen here a lot of mock drills, a lot of blackout exercises are being conducted, but the main participation of the people have been seen here, whether this from the administration side, and we have already talked to the local police officers also. They are saying they are totally in touch with all these people, and everybody had already appreciated the way Indian government has already carried out these strikes on the hideouts of these terrorists in Pakistan, because they feel multiple lives have been lost in India on these nefarious designs from across the border. So as of now, if we can talk about this border area, we have seen yesterday with the sophisticated defense technology, we were able to even continue carry out that blackout immediately when they have learned missiles and drones have been thrown and launched from across the border immediately, and the people were also supporting them. So if we can talk about the Punjab border areas, we have seen the multiple actions have already been taken to just restore this confidence in the people of this border area, that they are ready to combat and grapple with any situation if it is arising. We have seen multiple mock drills which are being carried out at the various locations of various borders. That means they are trying to guide the people if any siren sounds, how and what action they are going to take, and how the people should react to these sirens which are going to be used by these local administration officers.
All right, we'll just thank Gurpreet. He's reporting from Firozpur, and apologies for that bad audio line. But let's keep our focus on a lot more ground reportage that our team of reporters has been getting to you non-stop here. And we also have the Raksha Mantri speaking live right now.
और जय हिंद, जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, आप सभी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन ये आपका चल रहा है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। ऐसे में इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव को मैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में देखता हूं। मैं इस आयोजन के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और इनके सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजीव कुमार को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अभी मैं इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम देख रहा था, फास्ट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड प्रोसेसेस। आपकी यह थीम मुझे बेहद अच्छी ही नहीं लगी, बल्कि दिलचस्प भी लगी, इंटरेस्टिंग लगी। वैसे भी पूरी दुनिया में इसमें बड़ी तेजी से डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस हो रहे हैं और खासकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो लगातार नए नए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस ये देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्वालिटी असेसमेंट को फास्ट ट्रैक करना न सिर्फ रेलेवेंट है, बल्कि मैं समझता हूं यह समय की मांग है। उन चेंजेस को देखते हुए यह थीम अपने आप में बहुत ही रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग और रेलेवेंट थीम रखने के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अक्सर मुझे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में प्रायः जाने का अवसर मिलता है। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के इवेंट्स में जाने का भी अवसर मिलता रहता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में भी मैं प्रायः जाता ही रहता हूं। परंतु आज का यह जो मंच है, यह अपने आप में बड़ा अलग है और एक विशिष्ट मंच है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि यहां कई सारे लोग हैं जो अलग अलग फील्ड्स में महारत जिन्होंने हासिल की है, महारथी बैठे हैं यहां। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज की हमारी बातचीत भी कई मायनों में विशेष होने वाली है। साथियों, इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव की महत्ता और आवश्यकता पर तो मैं आगे चर्चा करूंगा ही, परंतु पहले मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे बिंदुओं से, कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगा जो हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज से जुड़े हुए हैं। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सूत्र प्रदान किया। उन्होंने शुरुआत में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर के एम्पावरमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया। उन्होंने जो सूत्र दिया उसके पीछे की फिलॉसफी थी डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी। डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी का मतलब कि जब तक कोई देश अपनी डिफेंस नीड्स में कैपेबल तथा सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होता, तब तक उसकी आजादी पूरी तरह से नहीं मानी जा सकती। जब तक हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे, तब तक कहीं न कहीं हमारी आत्मशक्ति में अधूरापन रहेगा ही। अगर हम अपने हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण विदेशों से खरीदते हैं, तो इसका मतलब है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा को आउटसोर्स कर रहे हैं और उसे किसी और के भरोसे छोड़ रहे हैं। यह बात लॉन्ग रन में सही नहीं हो सकती। हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचा और आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने का निर्णायक कदम भी उठाया है। आप सब तो जानते हैं कि देश में पहले से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक इंडिजिनस सिस्टम रहा है और इन फैक्ट्रीज ने एक समय पर बेहतरीन काम किया और देश की सुरक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाई हुई है। इनके अलावा हमारे पास डिफेंस पीएसयूज का भी एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम पहले से ही है। हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी दोनों पर समान रूप से बल दिया है। इसी दिशा में कई क्रांतिकारी कदम उठाए गए, जिनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदमों का उल्लेख मैं यहां करना चाहूंगा। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन उनमें से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है, जिसे हमने इंश्योर किया ताकि कम समय में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में व्यापक सुधार हो सके। यहां मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हमारे लिए कोई बहुत सरल प्रक्रिया नहीं थी। इसमें अनेक जटिल प्रश्न थे और चैलेंजेज भी थे, परंतु हमने इसे इसलिए लागू किया क्योंकि यह एक अर्जेंट रिफॉर्म था। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि यह अर्जेंट क्यों था। इसका एक बड़ा कारण था क्वालिटी। आप सभी स्पेशलिस्ट के समक्ष मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि सरकार ने क्वालिटी को अपना प्रायोरिटी रिफॉर्म एजेंडा बनाया है। हमने क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट को ही टारगेट करते हुए ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया। तब से लेकर आज तक डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने लगातार सुधार किया है और कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के पश्चात क्वालिटी प्रोडक्शन को लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास भी किया गया है और आज ये डीपीएसयूज इंटरनेशनली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रहे हैं। आज ये अपने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर भी अच्छा फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पहले से कहीं ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड हो रहे हैं। वैसे तो अभी कुछ कार्य बाकी है, पर मैं इतना जरूर आश्वस्त हूं कि जिस प्रकार पब्लिक सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म के लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं, वह हमें आने वाले समय में काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देने वाला है। साथियों, पब्लिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट के पीछे हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य भी रहा है कि एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइवेट डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास किया जाए, जो अपनी क्वालिटी के माध्यम से देश की सुरक्षा को और अधिक मजबूत बनाए। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि क्वालिटी को लेकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अपनी एक अच्छी खासी इमेज होती है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है। आज चाहे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हों या सिस्टम्स, एमएसएमईज हों या स्टार्टअप्स, हमने ऐसा प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल बेस तैयार किया है जो देश के डिफेंस सेक्टर के विकास में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रहा है और उसे सशक्त कर रहा है। आज रिलीज होने वाले इंडस्ट्री 4 को भी मैं इसी संदर्भ में देख रहा हूं। यह निश्चित रूप से हमें स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के एक ऐसे एरा में ले जाएगा जहां से हमारे लिए कई नए डायमेंशंस खुलेंगे। इसी तरह जो दूसरे मैनुअल्स आज रिलीज हो रहे हैं हुए हैं, जो एमयू साइन हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं इसी कंटेक्स्ट में देखता हूं। ये सभी प्रयास केवल सरकार के प्रयास नहीं हैं, बल्कि आप सभी का मिला जुला प्रयास इसमें शामिल है, इसीलिए यह संभव हो पा रहा है। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की दुनिया में सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बल्कि एक मजबूत ब्रांड वैल्यू भी जरूरी है। जब मार्केट में असिमेट्रिक इंफॉर्मेशन फैली होती है तब कंज्यूमर भ्रमित हो जाता है, कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऐसे में वही ब्रांड सफल होता है जो कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी और रिलायबिलिटी का भरोसा देता है। और यही कारण है कि हमें इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण। ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। Whenever in doubt, go for India। यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। ब्रांड इंडिया का मतलब है कि अगर किसी इंडियन कंपनी ने कुछ प्रॉमिस किया है तो वो होगा ही होगा, होकर ही रहेगा। किसी प्रोडक्ट की भला फला रेंज तक मारक क्षमता है तो होगा ही होगा, यह भरोसा होना चाहिए। उससे नीचे का तो कोई सवाल ही खड़ा ही नहीं होता। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला टेम्परेचर तक में काम करने की कैपेसिटी है तो होगी ही होगी, उससे नीचे का तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता। यह होना चाहिए हमारा क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस और ब्रांड इंडिया का भरोसा। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा। कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए उसे तैयार रहना होगा। भारत की संप्रभुता की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी। इसका मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं। मित्रों, ऐसे रेस्पॉन्सिबल रेस्पॉन्सेस के लिए हम आगे भी पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं। और यदि हमारी यह तैयारी बनी हुई है तो इसमें आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, आप सबकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स, भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत को एक अभूतपूर्व संबल प्रदान कर रहा है। और इसी प्रकार अगर हम आज के ग्लोबल सिनेरियो पर नजर डालें तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में हमें बड़े बड़े चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। हमारे सामने कई अनसर्टेन डायमेंशंस ओपन हो रहे हैं। यूरोप से लेकर एशिया तक हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन टेंशन और मिडिल ईस्ट अनरेस्ट ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी आज अपने आप में बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल है। अभी पिछले कुछ समय से हमें यूरोपियन यूनियन और नाटो के सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो में भी काफी हद तक बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यूरोपियन यूनियन एक समय पर बड़े स्तर पर नाटो पर डिपेंडेंट था, वही यूरोपियन यूनियन आज बड़े स्तर पर रीअर्मामेंट की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जाहिर सी बात है कि जब विकसित देश रीअर्मामेंट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बढ़ेगी। बढ़ेगी क्या, बल्कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि यह डिमांड लगातार नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था और अभी कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है और उसी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया गया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में 2718 बिलियन डॉलर तक पहुंच गया है, जो अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी बात है। यदि मैं और मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि चाहे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट हो या इंटरनेशनल, आज आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट तथा डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट पहले से कहीं ज्यादा है। और आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयासों से इस देश का जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है वह ब्रांड इंडिया फिलॉसफी के साथ विश्व में अपना सिक्का जमा सकता है। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि यह बात मैं सिर्फ कहने के लिए कह रहा हूं, हमने पास्ट में ऐसा करके दिखाया है। यदि मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तभी 2024-25 के फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर गया है। और यह हम सबके लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है कि हमने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया है। लेकिन हमें यहां पर रुकना नहीं है, हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं अधिक बड़ा है और हमने निर्धारित किया है कि 2029 तक डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को कि इस आंकड़े को बढ़ाकर हमको 50,000 करोड़ तक ले जाना है। और 2047 तक जब हम पूर्ण विकसित एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के रूप में खड़े होंगे, राष्ट्र बनेंगे, उस समय तब तक तो हमें दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्टर बनना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इतने बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए बेहद जरूरी है कि हम अपने डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट की क्वालिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करें, लोगों का दिल जीतें, लोगों का भरोसा जीतें। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें इस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें उस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, तभी यह होगा। साथियों, उसके लिए हमें क्वालिटी को लेकर किसी पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी या प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस के स्टेज तक ही सीमित करके नहीं देखना होगा, बल्कि क्वालिटी हमारी गाइडिंग फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए, हमारा यह कल्चर होना चाहिए जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में शामिल हर डिसीजन, हर डिजाइन और हर प्रोसेस और हर इंडिविजुअल तक अपना इन्फ्लुएंस रखे। हमारा पूरा डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत हो सकता है जब हम क्वालिटी बेंचमार्क्स को गंभीरता से लेंगे। मुझे देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि आप लोगों ने क्वालिटी के महत्व को पहचाना है, समझा है, और जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ और जिस विचार के साथ आप क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, वह निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, वैसे तो आप सभी क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट की दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जाते जाते मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ सुझाव भी आप लोगों को देना चाहूंगा। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं, आज के जमाने में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज की भूमिका कितनी बढ़ गई है, कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। इसलिए आपको इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि रियल टाइम क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हम किस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और मशीन लर्निंग जैसे टूल्स का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हमें अपने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स और टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स को भी अपडेट करते रहना होगा। हमें टाइम बाउंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस क्लियरेंसेस पर भी ध्यान देना होगा ताकि किसी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर अनवांटेड डिले देखने को न मिले। साथियों, मेरा यह भी मानना है कि हमारी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एजेंसीज को अपनी डेफिशिएंसीज पर भी हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए और किस प्रकार इन डेफिशिएंसीज को मॉडर्नाइजेशन और टेस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डेवलपमेंट के द्वारा दूर किया जाए, उस पर भी कार्य करते रहना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है। और इस प्रकार नीश टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार गैप एनालिसिस करते रहना एक आवश्यक कदम होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और भारत सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार है और हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। और सिक्योरिटी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के रूप में भी, संजीव कुमार के रूप में भी एक डायनेमिक आपको सिक्योरिटी भी मिला है, यह भी सौभाग्य की बात है। जो क्रोधित नहीं होते बल्कि मुस्कुराते ही रहते हैं, चाहे चैलेंज कितना भी बड़ा हो। और साथियों, हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस के आपके प्रयासों को और गति प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे इस बात का भी पूरा विश्वास है, जब हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ग्लोबल डिफेंस मार्केट के की प्लेयर के रूप में इमर्ज होकर ही रहेगा। यही आज की हमारी कॉन्क्लेव के थीम की प्रासंगिकता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने इतने रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। इस इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
All right, so we just heard the Raksha Mantri putting out their all-important address where he's also lauding our armed forces for not just the precision strikes that have happened, but also for retaliating in good measure to the attempt by Pakistan late last night to attack our installations, about 15 of them. He also does say that we are willing to go to any extent to protect our sovereignty, do not test our patience, do not exploit our tolerance. So it's a clear, unequivocal message right now for Pakistan. With this, it's also time for us to quickly head into a break. On the other side, this is our non-stop rolling coverage that continues.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pakistan attempted to escalate tensions late last night and early this morning by targeting military installations in 15 cities in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab and in Gujarat. We've seen a response also by India, and we've targeted and neutralized Pakistani air defense radars and systems in several locations, including in Lahore. and this was an attempt by Pakistan that has been thwarted. We've seen the all-important all-party meeting concluding a little earlier where the voice of unity has been echoed amongst politicians. We've also spoken to the YSRCP MP Subba Reddy, who's spoken to us saying that the Raksha Mantri has confirmed that 100 terrorists have been killed in the strike. NSA Ajit Doval earlier has met with the Union Home Secretary, also with the Prime Minister. The NSA has briefed the Prime Minister on the current ongoing situation. The focus is on moving people from the border villages. World leaders have come out in support of Operation Sindoor. World is standing with India, also calling for restraint. Trump has offered to mediate. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to
Welcome back. There is a growing clamour right now calling for a ban on the resistance front, that is the TRF, a proxy of the Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba. Identified as the perpetrators of the Pahalgam attack, TRF's actions, remember, have sparked a lot of outrage, with leaders like the AIMIM chief Assuddin Owaisi urging a unified international campaign to designate the TRF as a global terror organization. First up is what he says, followed also by an analysis by our colleague Shivarur.
मीटिंग में मैंने कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस को और भारत सरकार को कि उन्होंने एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम दिया। मैंने अपनी बात में ये कहा कि एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के खिलाफ, और ख़ास तौर से सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इसको डेजिग्नेट करे, और हमको यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका को ये बताना है कि वो अपने ही मुल्क में इसको फॉरेन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डेजिग्नेट करे, पाकिस्तान को FATF के ग्रे लिस्ट में डाला जाए।
Well, they first claimed responsibility for it, the resistance force, and then they, issued a social media statement saying that their platform was hacked and that this was an erroneous statement of claiming responsibility for what happened in Pahalgam. So that was the first sign that something was very wrong within the Pakistan establishment. Point number two, the resistance force, let's call it TRF, for the sake of this conversation, is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which sprung up in the aftermath of the abrogation of Article 370 and became very active in the Kashmir Valley, has taken responsibility for a whole variety of attacks, whether it is in Sonamarg, Gulmarg, etc. Even in the 14 days that I've been here in J&K, I can tell you that the TRF is understood to have, staked claim to attacks that had nothing to do with it, even leading to a lot of inter-terrorist group rivalry as well. But I think the one thing we should mention, since Asaduddin Owaisi has said it, and the TRF has, become front and center as far as Pahalgam is concerned, nobody should really dignify the TRF with a separate identity from the Lashkar-e-Taiba. These are just fronts to try and, carve out a separate face or an identity from the mothership that is the LET. Since the LET is a proscribed terrorist organization, the TRF is not. It's like having a Benami account, or trying to change your name in order to avoid detection. The TRF is still not a proscribed terrorist organization by many international bodies. That's what Owaisi is talking about. But ultimately, in terms of funding, in terms of training, in terms of the entire chain of command, in terms of its tactics, in terms of everything that it actually does in terms of its attacks, it is basically the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and let's make no mistake about that.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down.
Welcome back. Earlier, we've seen the all-party meet on Operation Sindoor. This was about a 90-minute briefing by the Raksha Mantri, where the opposition has been briefed about the targets that were selected. We've also seen various leaders participating this, where the Congress reiterated that they firmly stand with the government. Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM also said that we must put pressure on Pakistan right now and parties need to unite against terror. Kiran Rijiju has also said that there is no scope for politics here, and he also is where he emphasized for the first time that the Operation Sindoor is still on. Let's quickly listen in to all these responses.
आज ऑल पार्टी लीडर्स का मीटिंग राजनाथ सिंह जी की अध्यक्षता में बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुई है। बहुत गंभीर विषय था, इसलिए सब ने गंभीरता से अपने बात को रखा है। सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने अपने मत रखा, पार्टी का विचार को और सुझाव भी दिया है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मैच्योरिटी दिखाया है। इंक्वायरीज कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन मांगे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है कि ये ऑन गोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए पूरे एक घटना को अलग से ब्रीफिंग या अलग से उसको प्रेजेंटेशन करना सही नहीं है, क्योंकि घटना चल रहे हैं, आप सबको मालूम है।
देखिए, मीटिंग में जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना, तो हम सभी जितने भी पार्टी के लोग थे, सभी ने ये बताया कि इस घड़ी में, इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे। ठीक है, जब वक्त आएगा पूछेंगे, लेकिन अब संकट की घड़ी है, इसमें कोई हम किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीजें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है, तो बस सबने सपोर्ट।
All party meeting headed by Mr. Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, took place in Parliament, and almost all the leaders of the political parties of India have participated in this meeting and expressed their voice as one. As far as the defence of India is concerned, there is no compromise. There should not be any compromise. That is what they said. And everybody stood along with the government. So yes, PM, myself, Kharge ji, Rahul ji, and other one or two political leaders expressed that Prime Minister should have attended this meeting because the most important meeting concerning the security of the nation.
Speaking to NDTV, so this whole insistence on getting the resistance front banned using India's diplomatic channels, can you explain to us why is it so important?
See, what is to explain in a minute what is Pakistan. Yesterday, the janaza prayers of all those terrorists who were killed in Operation Sindoor was offered by one Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who happens to be the son of Hafiz Saeed, and who's a designated terrorist in US. Now this person performs a namaz in janaza, and behind him stands all those banned organization people, and behind them stand in the next line Pakistani military people in army uniforms. So this is what it is. So when a person is leading the janaza who's a designated terrorist, so I think so our government must immediately tell the US that please designate him as a foreign terrorist within your country, and then take it up in United Nations Security Council and designate him as a terrorist. That organization must be designated. We have signed a trade deal with UK. Now, why can't we impress upon the UK government that within your country, tell your treasury to designate them as terrorists and then use their help in Security Council? Thirdly, we have signed, President Trump is saying that it was going to be zero tariff, so we must impress upon them that, you have to designate this person, this organization as a foreign terrorist organization, and bring Pakistan in FATF grey list. That is very important. Then only they will bleed economically. All this loud talk of we'll do this, we'll do that, will be shattered. And fourthly, we are exporting so much from China, importing from China more than what we're exporting. We must tell the Chinese also. What is this? This cannot be one-way street. If the Chinese can really use their influence, impose upon on Pakistan what India wants, and tell the Pakistanis to hand over those terrorists to us. We'll follow the due process in our country, and then the courts will decide what fate should be done to them.
With this, it's a wrap on this edition of the news, but do not go anywhere. This is our non-stop rolling coverage, and we are also building up to that all-important briefing by the MEA in the next 30 minutes here on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, we'll get you all the latest updates a day after Operation Sindoor, and attempts were made on 15 Indian cities.
Indeed, I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and over the course of the next 60 minutes, we're going to decode Operation Sindoor second phase, what it means, India's preparations, and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Rajnath praises armed forces on Operation Sindoor. Defence Minister says precision strikes without hitting any civilian or military installations. Defence Minister says world will see India's weapon strength.
Pakistan attempted to escalate tension late last night and early this morning, attempting to target military installations in 15 cities from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab and even Gujarat. These were neutralized by India.
Prime Minister Modi's high-level meeting with government officials, a comprehensive review of ministry operations underway. Special focus remains on readiness and emergency response.
A big claim by the BJP. They say that Abdul Rauf Azhar, IC-814 hijacking mastermind, was killed in Operation the younger brother of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar.
And high alert in border areas as NDTV reports from the front lines in Jammu, Kashmir to Punjab to Rajasthan. Our reporters with the very latest from the front lines.
In one of the villages which has been impacted by shelling.
This is the last village on the border.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control.
I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground. We are a few kilometers away from international border.
Pakistan attempted late last night and early this morning to escalate tensions with India by targeting military installations in 15 cities in the northern and western parts of the country. That includes Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab and Gujarat. All these were negated by the government, by the army, as the government said.
That's right. The government said Indian forces responded by targeting and neutralizing Pakistani air defense radars and systems in several locations, including in Lahore. So this is Operation Sindoor that is ongoing. This is something Defense Minister Rajnath Singh said during the briefing at the all-party meeting as well. And speaking at an event just a short while ago, Rajnath Singh lauded our security forces and he praised the way that the armed forces destroyed the terror camps in Pakistan and POK. He says the precision in which this operation was executed is a matter of pride.
Indeed.
पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण। ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। वेन एवर इन डाउट गो फॉर इंडिया, यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया।
All right, Rajnath Singh, they're praising India's effort and Operation Sindoor. Let's go across to our reporters now for the very latest. And Nazir joins us from Kupwara. Aishwarya joins us right here in Delhi. And we're also being joined by Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh, Aeronautical Engineer. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. But first, Aishwarya, to you on the latest that we're hearing from the government. It's now been put out that 15 Indian cities were in fact targeted overnight. These attempts were neutralized.
Well, that's the details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2 coming out from the government of India. It was the Pakistani side who has been indulged in the ceasefire violations, and due to that, our civilians have been massively impacted. At least 16 Indian civilians have died because of the artillery and small guns firing from the LOC on Pakistani side. Indian Army had retaliated to it in a prompt way. Currently, I am at 7 Local Nyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence, and since morning, it is a series of meetings that Prime Minister have chaired. Early up in the morning, it was NSA Ajit Doval who gave the details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2, in which India neutralized Pakistan's air defense system and their radars in Lahore, and that was in retaliation of Indian 15 cities coming under attack from missiles and drones of Pakistan that are of from the Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir region. Indian government has stated that India had swiftly, breached and neglected the air drones and missiles that were launched towards Indian cities, and in retaliation to that, India had neutralized, the air defense system in Karachi. It is, of course, in Lahore, I beg your pardon, and also the debris that is now being collected in India in different parts of Punjab is the proof that Pakistan had attacked India. Certainly, the Indian government has stated that it is it depends on the Pakistani military that if they go on further to escalate this matter, then India will respond it swiftly. India does not want any escalation on their side as far as the military actions are concerned. India had made it very clear that it was just the terror hubs that were demolished, that were neutralized in Pakistan mainland and in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and no escalation as far as civilians or military establishments in Pakistan. Apart from it, two quick updates. As I mentioned, it was earlier NSA Ajit Doval who briefed. Later, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who chaired the Inter-ministerial secretariat meeting. The secretaries from different departments had arrived at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and a coordinated effort is the message that the Prime Minister gave to all of them in the current situation. And after that, it is of course in half an hour or so, a special briefing by the MEA, the army, is going to be conducted, and several more details can emerge, as Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, today in the all-party meeting stated that Operation Sindoor is ongoing, it's not ended.
And we're going to come to the preparation part of it in just a bit, where these important meetings that you mentioned, what is the roadmap ahead? We're going to come to that in a bit. But Nazir, to you, I want to come to the part about the air defense system at Lahore being neutralized by India, something that the Indian Defense Ministry spoke about. Explain to us, talk to us about the significance of this, the messaging here that India is trying to send, and what does it mean going forward?
Well, India has made it very clear that India's action was in retaliation to Pakistan's drone and missile attacks across 15 cities in western and northern India, Gujarat, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. So there were multiple attacks from Pakistan on their attempt to target cities and defense establishments, which Defense Ministry has said have been successfully neutralized. So in retaliation to that, as part of Operation Sindoor, India launched massive drone attacks on Pakistan, and they have smashed this air defense system of Pakistan at Lahore. In fact, Pakistani DGP ISPR has admitted that one of the drones hit their military installation in Lahore, and he admitted also defense equipment was also damaged without mentioning it was air defense system. And he also admitted that 4 army soldiers have been injured in that attack. DG ISPR also talked about drone attacks in Karachi as well, in which he said 1 civilian has been killed and several others injured. He talked about other places. Then he said around 1 dozen drone attacks have been neutralized by Pakistan. He said the Israeli-made drones have been used by India in this what was drone swarm on Pakistan. So as we see, Operation Sindoor is going on. It was not just about the missile strikes on Pakistan and terror strikes, terror sites there, which India said was carried out with full military precision. The intended targets were hit very hard at Bahawalpur to Murdiki and Sialkot to Muzaffarabad and Kotli, both POK and mainland Pakistan. So Pakistan had tried to hit back at India, clearly trying to widen the spectrum of hostility and confrontation. But India said, Defense Ministry in the statement clearly said that all the attempts to target our cities and the defense establishments has been neutralized, and in retaliation, India has hit at Pakistan's air defense system, and which was already, breached after India carried out missile strikes at terrorist sites in Pakistan. One important thing India is making very, very calculated, which is we had a terror attack in Pahalgam So in retaliation to that terror attack in which 26 civilians were killed and 17 others injured, India responded with targeting terror sites in Pakistan, Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur, Burdiki, where we know this Lashkar headquarters there, which our army and the defense ministry has been repeatedly talking about. They are also talking about Hizbul Mujahideen and other groups. Their headquarters have been, sites have been targeted. So that is one that was in retaliation to Pahalgam attack. Now there was and India made it very clear those attacks were not carried out at any defense installation of Pakistan or any civilian population. But when Pakistan tried to attack Indian cities and Indian defense establishments last night, so there was a response in equal measure. So Pakistan's air defense system was targeted, and one defense system was eliminated or neutralized in Lahore. So huge setback for the Pakistan in this round 2 of this Sindoor. So it is going on, as Defense Minister Rajnath Singh clearly said, it is going on. But we have to see the impact of this hostility or the Pakistani shelling in the borders. It is the people living near the border who have to bear the brunt of this hostility.
That's right, and we're expecting, more clarity and more statements on this, isn't it, Gauri, at the MEA press briefing that's going to take place at 5:30. But Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh clearly, be under no illusions, the viewers, that, this is an ongoing operation. As we said, this is the second phase. It would sound, quite frightening, perhaps, or, people would be very anxious to learn that there was this, in a sense, missile shower that came in from Pakistan yesterday. It was neutralized by us. If you could, your comments on this and this ongoing situation that we're in.
Yeah, Jai Hind, everybody. And here I'll just like to say that aerospace power and the air power, it can be best exploited jointly with other components of armed forces, but independently in tandem with diplomatic efforts and other elements of comprehensive national powers, it becomes unbeatable. A copybook example of air power and the might of armed forces, amalgamated might in action with perfection, has been the Operation Sindoor and Operation Sindoor Phase 2. The strategic use of weaponry and modern-day warfare, along with measured decisions and responses, and India's diplomatic footprint internationally, has led us to the geostrategic scenario that is prevailing today. As you said, all the targets that we have carried out, the strikes that we carried out, as well as the responses and the retaliation that we got from the adversary last night. But in all this, what has proven is the might of the armed forces, the Indian defense system, how beautifully we have countered them and the countermeasures, and how successfully we have executed it, that none of this could touch our motherland. So this proves the might, as the defense minister today was making, just before this, there was a press conference where he was commenting that we need to make it worldwide that go for India. Anything which you need to go in defense sector or the weaponry, it should be go for India. Today we prove that whatever we have, we can implement and use it to the max potential. So that is what has been proven by this operation, as well as the phase 2.
Indeed. Wing Commander Singh, then let me ask you this, that of course the distinction that how India operated, the Operation Sindoor, was about only and only targeting the terror infrastructure in a very precise, non-escalatory manner. The response that came from Pakistan was to target 15 cities and the military installations in these 15 cities, thwarted successfully by India. But help us understand the next 24 to 48 hours. What is it that we are now looking at? What is it that we should now be preparing for going ahead?
As far as our stance is concerned, I guess it would be more clear in the next 15 to 20 minutes, wherein the Foreign Ministry and the press conference would take place, and our stances as well as the further actions will be explained. However, as far as the nation's stance on the whole operation is concerned, we are not here for escalations. We just wanted to target and stand against terrorism. That's the stance globally everybody has taken. And that is it, what we are here for. As far as the retaliation and further actions are concerned, of course, there would be substantial action in case we are targeted. As far as the other actions are concerned, I think that would be more clear by the press conferences.
We have Aishwarya also with us, and they've been, as Aishwarya, you've been reporting a series of meetings today. The Prime Minister also chaired a meeting with top secretaries for better coordination in these times. When we're seeing these kind of missile attacks as well, and and we're waiting for that MEA briefing, Aishwarya. But also very interesting are the visits that are currently underway. A minister from Saudi Arabia who arrived here in India today, and also the visit by the Iranian minister. And these are countries that could possibly, put some pressure on Pakistan, or in a sense carry messages or mediate as well.
Well, sources have also stated that the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs from Saudi Arabia, that was an unplanned trip, and Saudi Arabia is a close ally of Pakistan. Certainly at this point in time, if the Minister of State of Foreign Affairs meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the meeting lasted for almost 1 hour at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and if there is a straight message from India to Saudi Arabia, and if any directions are being given to reach out to Pakistan, who is indulging in the terrorism and also the terror hub spots over there, that's something that would be considered as a big diplomatic win. India, on the other side, is reaching out to several envoys, the representatives of non-permanent and permanent members of the UNSC. Today as well in the morning, I saw several envoys going towards the Ministry of External Affairs, and they have been regularly briefed about India's action against the terrorism and India's Operation Sindoor as well. But certainly this meeting holds very important significance. Both the ministers are in India. The minister from Iran had met earlier in a day with Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and also Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu, and it was also informed about India's current development, I beg your pardon. But on the other side, of course, as you rightly mentioned, there are a series of meetings which are going on. India, on one side, internally want to focus on what strategic action India is taking to ensure that if any retaliation happens from Pakistan, then how Indian departments, ministries are going to work in a coordinated way. And therefore, the reason Prime Minister himself chaired the meeting with the secretaries of different departments. Most importantly, 2 ministries here, information and broadcasting. From morning, we have been witnessing on the PIB websites, fact checks are being coming as far as the anti-India propaganda and fake narrative being spread by several social elements. And it is, of course, yesterday Home Minister Amit Shah also gave directions to the chief ministers that their cybercrime unit should be activated in full scale, so that those being identified who are peddling this fake narrative or making such anti-India posts, then there should be an action that should be taken against them. Secretary of Information Broadcasting had been given standing instructions on that very part. On the other side, the Ministry of Power, the Power Secretary was also here in an occasions of blackouts in the drills that were conducted. Power Ministry holds a very important role, and therefore the reason perhaps the instructions were given to the Power Secretary as well. It was earlier in a day, as I mentioned, NSA Ajit Doval also briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So PM Narendra Modi constantly and very closely monitoring each and every development what is happening. And as Rajnath Singh mentioned, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. We can probably see more meetings coming up till late night as well. And of course, all focus would be on that important press conference at 5:30 p.m.
Absolutely. The press conference that will start in about 10 minutes from now will provide key insights and answers, of course, and also the roadmap, both from a diplomatic point of view and, of course, from operational point of view, whatever the government is in a position to share. As Aishwarya was pointing out, Operation Sindoor is still underway. Thank you so much, Wing Commander Singh and Aishwarya, for joining us with this story. We're going to slip into a very short break. Karki, we're going to come back with lots more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
All right, welcome back. And in some breaking news now coming in, the World Bank president has met with Prime Minister Modi. Ajay Banga meets with the Prime Minister, and the key time really, isn't it, Gauri, for this meeting to take place at a time that India is trying to isolate Pakistan following, with the Operation Sindoor and following Pahalgam attack.
Indeed, and I think this meeting is important on 2-3 very key parameters. One, of course, Gargi, this is happening at a time when India is also trying to ensure that Pakistan's financial helplines also get squeezed. There is an IMF bailout, which is about $1.3 billion, but there are also World Bank helplines that keep coming to Pakistan. So that conversation will also be extremely important, given the fact that there's a 360-degree effort by India to try and isolate Pakistan. Let me quickly now get in my colleague Nikunj Garg to fill us in with all the very latest and details on this very important breaking news coming in. Nikunj.
Well, yes, Gauri, this is a meeting which is fraught with all kinds of possibilities at this point in time. Remember, India wanting to tighten screws on Pakistan financially this time. This is an exercise which we have never undertaken prior to this time. And in the past, we have briefly mentioned to multilateral organizations that Pakistan should not be given liberal loans and moved on from there. But for the first time, we have actually actively engaged with multilateral banks, multilateral organizations, particularly the financial one in nature, and told them that not only Pakistan's liberal loans should be halted, but the active loans should be disengaged. So the multilateral organizations or associations should disengage from any kind of financial loaning activity to Bangladesh is what our message has been. And this exercise, when the top executive of the most important, influential multilateral financial institution of the world meets the top executive of India, as I said, is fraught with all kinds of possibilities. because India is certainly not going to take the kind of misadventure that Pakistan has done in Pahalgam this time in the usual stride, and therefore tightening the financial screws on Pakistan is a very important part of the overarching diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, the rogue state. And the issue here is also very, the most important part of this entire exercise is that more you mount financial pressures on Pakistan, the more the Pakistani elite and the establishment is likely to yield, because this is where it hurts them the most. So India clearly, as came out from the briefing yesterday, is also trying to delineate the two, the Pakistani population and the Pakistani establishment. And this isn't part of that overarching offensive of separating the Pakistani people from the Pakistani establishment. Gargi?
Right. Nikunjan, also at a time when India has suspended the Indus Water Treaty, the World Bank also was a signatory to that, in fact, brought that treaty about between India and Pakistan. So interesting that this meeting is now happening.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is all part of an exercise of engaging multilateral bodies like United Nations, like World Bank, like Asian Development Bank, like the European Union, to tighten the screws on the Pakistani establishment. Remember, Pakistan is in a very, very, very precarious financial position for a fairly long time now. And that situation has, despite the best effort put in by the Shahbaz Sharif government, who himself comes from a business family, refused to improve. They have tried very hard to improve the taxation structure of that country, which is the principal demand of all the multilateral organizations, but it hasn't actually happened. And once that is not happening quite clearly, revenues for the Pakistani state are feeble. And once your revenue ingress is feeble, then obviously you are dependent on the international loans, particularly on agencies and corporations like World Bank. And India has made its intent absolutely crystal clear this time on the World Forum that the offensive that India is going to mount against Pakistan will not limit itself only to the military and the diplomatic components of it. However, it will also have the financial and other cultural aspects of the offensive ingrained in it, and that's what the government is now trying to send out a message to the world and Pakistani establishment particularly. Remember, Prime Minister has today met Saudis, the Iranians, and now he's meeting the president of the World Bank, which is the most crucial agency with probably highest loan exposure to the Pakistani establishment and the government.
Absolutely, Nikunj. Extremely important development coming in, helping India squeeze Pakistan financially as it continues some of the other parameters as well. Economic, diplomatic, political, all coming in together. On that note, Gargi.
Right, time for us to slip into a very short break, but do remember in a short while from now that all-important briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs. Stay with us.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Judicial Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. There's breaking news coming in regarding Justice Yashwant Verma case that Chief Justice of India has sent the 3-panel report to the Prime Minister and President, and the Chief Justice of India sends Verma's reply to the panel to Prime Minister as well as President.
That's right. Well, let's go across to Nupur now for more. And Nupur, that report, which we don't know the details of yet, has been submitted, and the recommendation is to remove Justice Verma.
Sources have suggested us that CGI has infacted Justice Yashwant Verma's removal as a High Court judge. Remember, the procedure to remove a High Court or a Supreme Court judge has to be initiated by the CGI by recommending it to the President and the Prime Minister, and the Parliament passes. After the Parliament passes the removal motion, it is then approved by the President. So this could be a step towards that only, as the CGI has now sent the response that he received from Justice Yashwant Verma. Remember, last week only on Sunday, the report was submitted by the 3-judge panel to CGI on the inquiry that was conducted on the allegations of cash recovery. Remember, there was a debris of cash that was found at his residence, and after that, a massive controversy had broken out about how that cash came about and where that cash came from. Justice Yashwant Verma had categorically denied any knowledge of the same, and we are not yet aware that what he has told the CGI in his response to the panel's report. But in Delhi High Court, when the Delhi High Court had in fact conducted an initial inquiry, he had denied any knowledge. And remember, the Supreme Court had put everything on the Supreme Court website for public access. But for now, we don't know. The report is not made public that what the panel has recommended, but sources have confirmed to us that in fact the panel has recommended indictment of Justice Yashwant Verma, and CGI has sent the report as well as Justice Yashwant Verma's reply to the same to the President and the Prime Minister. And soon we will get to know what the Supreme Court panel had found out, and we are being told that it will also be made public. The report will be made public, we are being told by the sources. It's just a wait and watch game now.
Right. In fact, this entire episode has been dealt with a lot of transparency. Thanks so much, Nupur, for joining us there with all the latest developments. But returning now to our top story, in a short while from now, that all-important briefing by the